It's time to show them.
Yeah. Yeah.
You have now mastered the basic skills. It's time for your first challenge.
Oh, double muted. That'll stop it. Shout out to the chat. Shout out to the chat. Shout out to the chat. What's going on, everybody? Happy Sunday to everybody out there. Happy Mother's Day to all the mothers out there. You know. We gotta get things straight. Make sure I got our sound straight. Make sure we got the sound straight. Shout out to all the mamas, the baby mamas, the aunties, the stepmamas, all of the women, all of the nurturers out there, all of the people who fill a motherly role. Shout out to all of y'all, man. We're going to get into that in a second, because we got to sometimes educate the people when we come over here. We don't come over here just to waste everybody's time. We want to make sure we get something out of it when we are spending all this time together. I got, a few things planned, all that. Get my glasses cleaned up so I can actually see something. But yeah, I got a few things planned. Of course, I come with a rundown, a show planned out, all of that. But yeah, how's everybody doing, man? Happy Sunday to everybody. I missed the week. I was off. I was out of town last week enjoying time with family. I was actually with my mom last weekend for 3-4 days, something like that. But, I just got one question for y'all.
Did you miss me?
Did you miss her, brother? I mean, Shout out to everybody that hit that like button. It is greatly appreciated. A free way to help the show. Free way to help the show. You can also donate. This is a monetized channel, but I'm not begging for donations or anything like that, but it's just different ways you can help the show out. Just, hitting that like button. That's the easiest, freest way to do it. It helps get the show out there in the algorithm. And, it's just a way of saying that you're here, showing support. You can comment in the chat. A little bit later, we'll drop the link, for some people to come up. We don't want to do it too early because, there's definitely people who like to just come and distract, and we ain't got time for that nonsense over here. So while it does say open panel, there are restrictions and limitations to that. This isn't Meal Ticket's panel. Shout out to Meal Ticket. He was live yesterday. Took us for, I don't know, 8 hours or so, So shout out to Meal Ticket. Shout out to all of the people who have open panels and let just anybody come up and do and say whatever they want. But, this is not the place for that. So shout out to everybody out there. I'm going to speak to everybody in chat. Let's see who's in here. Let's see who we got in here. Shout out to Cheryl Hodges. Blessings to you. Blessings to you, Cheryl Hodges. Thank you so much for being here. Shout out to the wonderful Halima. She was in here earlier. I know she's going on to rest now. She said it's her bedtime, but she did leave a super chat before she left. She said, "Hi, Berg, Angel Mod Tithe. Happy Mama's Day to the mothers, nurturers, caregivers, and protectors." Yeah. Happy Mother's Day. Happy Mother's Day to all the mothers out there. Shout out to y'all. And like I said, we're going to get into the definition of what it means to be a mother here in a minute because, obviously some of the people that we see don't understand things, but that's all right. We'll help them. Shout out to Demetric Jones in the building. Grand rising to you, fam. Happy Mother's Day to you. Thick Cut. Salute to Thick Cut for being a member for 11 months. Another way you can support the show, we got memberships over here. So, they're not that expensive. I don't even know how much they cost. They keep on changing stuff on YouTube. So you got to go in and change prices and stuff. But I think we've kept things pretty consistent. So it don't cost that much to be a member over here. Shout out to Thick Cut being a member 11 months. G Mama Body, grand rising to you. Happy Mother's Day to you. She got mama in her name. You know what I'm saying? She got mama in her name. So she got mama in some way, shape, or form. She might be a grandmama. I don't know what the G stands for. You know what I'm saying? Some people might call their grandmother the grandmother G mama or something like that. And she got the G mama body. Hey, I don't know what she looks like, but she's a great supporter, and I appreciate you being here. Thank you so much. Thaddeus in the building. Salute to you, bro. Thaddeus had a live stream. What day was that? I don't know what day it was. It was one day this past week, though. Had some craziness going on there. And then Sis reviewed it the other day, so because I didn't even catch all of it. I caught the morning part. Whenever y'all saw me coming to his chat, that's when I arrived, so I had missed most of it. But shout out to all the brothers out there putting out content, entertaining the people. Who else we got in the building? Saw some more people come in. Let me get past where I was muted. NC Lady B1, grand rising to you, NC Lady. I appreciate you being here. Hey, y'all up north people, y'all got to be careful coming to North Carolina. You never know.
I realize that a lot of people from New York is moving to North Carolina, and I just want y'all to know and be aware that they don't give a fuck that you're from New York. They crazy out here too. So this is the top 3 cities that y'all need to be aware of. The people from these cities is not to be fucked with. Listen up. Coming in hot. Durham, North Carolina. If somebody tell you, I don't care where you at in North Carolina, if somebody tell you they're from Durham, don't do anything to piss these people off. They don't care. They all had the same water. Understand me when I say these people are literally the definition of 0 to 100. There's no gray area with these people. They either fuck with you or they don't. Don't get them to the side where they don't fuck with you. If you don't talk to them, just don't talk to them. But once you piss them off, they're gonna catch a charge. Moving on. Coming in second, High Point. High Point, North Carolina. My thing is, do not fuck with nobody from High Point, North Carolina. Like, if you piss one person off in High Point, North Carolina, do you see how big the city is? The whole High Point is on your ass. They might not get along with each other, but that's for them to figure out. Once you fuck with one person from High Point, the whole entire city is on your ass. Coming in third, this I took it to the country because these people, look. Clinton, North Carolina, I had to throw them in there because Clinton is not a place that you, listen, if you go to Clinton for whatever reason, just do whatever you gotta do and get the hell out of there. So many people never made it home coming from Clinton. Clinton is not one of them places to fuck around in. And this is just like if you are in Clinton. Because them people out there are really like, it's so country. It's like everybody know each other and you just probably won't even make it home coming from the city. So just beware. They don't care that you're from New York. They will fuck you up and you will not make it home. Trust me.
One in the building. Shout out to Thaddeus. He said she not lying about High Point. Hey, that's why I said, hey, I'm in High Point. I live in High Point. That's why we don't tolerate no Fantasia slander around here. You come trying to slander Fantasia, you will get jumped on by the whole city. We don't tolerate that. Fats TV, Capo in the building. Shout out to Fats TV. Salute, bro. Appreciate you being here. Thick Cut on the super chat. He said he's present. I appreciate you. The $4.99 super chat. You know, just supporting the show. He just saying present. There ain't even no message, no question, nothing like that. Just supporting the show is greatly appreciated. Via She, Grand Rising to you, sister. Hopefully all is well. Via She be going live, y'all. Y'all check in with Via She. She be live all different times of the day. Middle of the day, in the morning, just all over the place via She. She just pop up and go live. Check her out. Highly favored. I am highly favored in the building on the super sticker. Grand Rising to you, sister. I appreciate you being here. Thank you so much for the support. Again, another one of those is just kind of support of the show. You know, no questions, no comments to be read, just support of the show. Love of the game. Appreciate you. Shout out to highly favored in the building. Happy Mother's Day to all of the mothers out there. No matter whether you're a giving birth mother, a stepmother, anything in between. We're going to get into that. Like I said, right here in a second. Solstice, Grand Rising to you, sister. Hopefully all is well. Hopefully all is well with everybody out there listening. Just speaking to the people. I have manners. Salute, Will T. Grand Rising to you, bro. Salute. We got Solstice with the super chat. He said, happy Mother's Day to all my sisters. Shout out to Solstice. I appreciate you. Appreciate the support of the show. Appreciate everybody who hit that like button. You said that a whole wig just flip over. Yeah, she had braids and stuff tied up. So she was putting the emphasis on it. I'm telling you, the whole High Point is on your ass. Yeah, man. She ain't lying, man. She is not lying. High Point don't play. High Point does not play. Knowledge is Power TV 1.0. Shout out to you, bro. Getting ready with your moms now. I appreciate you coming through and speaking. Make sure you have a great time with your moms. Salute to y'all, man. Drop Squad, Pro 901 in the building. What's up? Salute. Who was Will T talking about saying Crystal? Hold on. Did I miss somebody? I don't see nobody in here named Crystal. Maybe Will T knows something I don't know. Let me mind my business. I don't know who he talking to. Yeah, I'm gonna mind my business on that. I don't want to be outing nobody. Can I play Welcome Back, Carter? I would, but this is a monetized channel, and that will get me copyright claimed and will take away my revenue. So I cannot. You have to go to somebody that's not monetized. I'm not Bishop and Anthony and all that. Oh, G Mama Body's Crystal. Okay. Shout out to G Mama Body. I know you as G Mama Body. I don't know you as Crystal. So that messed me up. But yeah, that via She. My channel's monetized. I still got my how Bishop say it, monetization. I still got my monetization. Whatever the hell that is. He trying to help Meal Ticket get back his monetization. What in the hell are you talking about, bruh? Monetization. Every time he says that, I'm like, you adding so many extra syllables and letters in that word. What is monetization? Hey, I don't know, y'all, but shout out to all the mothers out there, man. Shout out to all the mothers. And I wouldn't be right, I wouldn't feel content or right. I wouldn't feel like the show was proper if I did not do this, right? So shout out to all the mothers, all the women here who are being motherly figures. Like I said, I don't care whether you a mom that gave birth, a stepmom, a auntie that's a nurturing figure, just a friend of somebody, and you always taking care of their kid in some way, shape, or form. All that stuff. Whatever it is that you're doing to be a nurturer out here in the world, today is about us celebrating you, right? And I'd be remiss if we didn't celebrate the ones who have gone on, the ones who have taught us a whole lot, but their time on this earth has ended. They had to close their eyes, right? So shout out to all of the mothers who have gone on. We're going to put our doves in the chat, and we're going to say a shout out, a happy Mother's Day, and rest in peace to who I saw, who I can see. I came around her later on, but whenever I saw her and listened to her, it was like, dang, this sounds like my mama, my grandmother right here, right? So shout out, rest in peace to all of the ones out there. Daughter of Zion, Grand Rising to you. We putting the doves in the chat. And rest in peace to all the mothers that have gone on, and rest in peace to the one and only Lady DJ, y'all.
Hey, if I hurt anybody in this live, I'm not sorry. Fuck you bitches. Nobody cares. Don't worry about me. Like Diana Ross, I will always be here. I like to talk my shit and move my lips. And let the beat sound right. Get up and shake my hips. One of the baddest bitches you can ever see on this motherfucking YouTube TV. Take it for what the fuck it is. All you niggas is grown, none of you supposed to be kids. So I'm gonna lay it on line one more time. Let you know you bitches ain't fine. Some of you bitches is ugly as hell, and you know the universe ain't lying. Look at Trina looking like Pound Puffy all about all night. If anybody felt your face with the eye closed, it would be a disgrace. They would think you the dog in the house. Walking around, bitch, you ain't got no mouth. That's why you can't even talk. I thought it was because you're from down south, but now I see your jaw's too heavy and you can barely motherfucking talk. And if you ever run up on a bitch like me, I'ma make them motherfucking jaws off. How they hang so low? You really out here sucking dick though? Child, you a sadist. All you niggas out here, you better be glad that you didn't fall in love with this creature from another motherfucking planet. All these bitches don't like the way I rap because they know they can't understand it. How I throw the dirt in their face and they think it's a joke. And I'm trying to make sure everybody out here in the face fucking choke. Yeah. Catch up with me and you'll be next in line. Cause I'm always first, motherfucker. Always flowing and flowing fine. Bitches wanna do the shit I do. But these bitches is losing their mind. And they forgot and they confused. They don't even know what today is. Cause these bitches wanna play. And I'm out here on this YouTube shit dropping content every day. While you sit back and watch and I give you a verbal nod, I bet you one thing, you'll remember next time, bitch, and you will stop. Cause when it comes to me, I'ma stand on top. Everything I own, take accountability. You niggas out here talking all that shit, and really in true life, you look silly to me. Acting like you got an excuse for every motherfucking thing that you do. And we don't even know you, nigga, you's a clown. And nobody never had a clue. So it's Saturday and I'm chilling in my own motherfucking zone. in my own motherfucking home. You bitches better leave me alone, yeah.
Hey, man. Rest up, Ray Lady DJ, man. Bars on top of bars on top of bars, man. Freestyling off the dome. Rest up, Lady DJ, man. Rest up all the mothers that have gone on. Happy Mother's Day to all the mothers out there. Cappy Queen, I see you in the building. Miss Eve, grand rising to you, Miss Eve. Appreciate you being here. Shout out to everybody who hit that like button. Shout out to everybody who hit that like button. Yeah, we gonna get into it, y'all. We gonna get into it. Yeah, Lady DJ, man, rest up. We never letting Lady DJ's spirit die. That's the thing that you can do. When they close their eyes here on this earth, you can keep their spirit alive. And, you know, with bars like that, we got to keep Lady DJ alive. All the stuff she was saying in there, I mean, it's still stuff we're dealing with today here on YouTube, all the stuff. You know, that rhyme right there, shout out to Trina. No disses to Trina. My apologies, you know, but hey, you was just the target in that one at the early part. But that ain't no diss to you. I'm not trying to diss you. What Lady DJ was saying in the message she was saying, I mean, you can't deny it. You can't deny it. She had bars on top of bars. So shout out to Lady DJ, y'all. Shout out to all the moms out there. Shout out to the moms who who treat their kids like this.
Oh, nice! But not nice enough. Get out of here.
Shout out to all the moms who, you know, them hardcore moms who they teach you them lessons. Oh, that was nice. Nice little crossover, but not nice enough. Get it out of here. Shout out to all the moms, man. No matter how they come. DJ Cleveland, salute. No matter how they built. Shout out to all the moms. Y'all need to see that again, right? You need to see that again.
Oh, nice! But not nice enough. Get out of here.
But not nice enough. Get it out of here. He's talking all the junk. He gonna learn though. He gonna learn. They ain't just letting them score like and then bigging them up and clapping and applauding. No, you got to earn this. Shout out to all the moms out there, man. Shout out to all the moms. So let me go ahead and do that now. I was gonna do this a little later in the show, but we'll go ahead and do it now, actually. So I know a lot of people that we deal with have trouble. Katana, grand rising to you. You did your nephew like that? That's what's up, though. He gonna learn. Don't come in here with that weak stuff. Just because you're a little kid don't mean I won't swat that stuff into the bushes. I'll block that ball into the third row for you. Shout out to all the moms, the aunties, the stepmamas, the grandmamas that do they children, they nephews, and all of them like that. They gonna learn today. They gonna learn today. So, Arabia Barbosa, grand rising to you. Bless up. I was gonna do this a little later in the show, but it's necessary because we know we have a lot of people on these YouTube streets that like to say a lot of crazy things just because they're ignorant. You know, essentially, they have a lack of intelligence, a lack of knowledge on subjects. So what is a mother? You know, we'll just go with the general. If you Google it in, it gives you a good enough description. A mother is a female parent, comma. And for those who don't understand language arts and, you know, reading and all of that, a comma, that's separating this thought. We're moving on to something else. The woman who gives birth to, or that's another word where you're kind of breaking up the sentence, breaking up the thought and moving on to something else. Or raises a child. So gives birth to or raises. You don't have to give birth to the child to be considered a mother. You could raise a child to be considered a mother. Or there's another comma. So we're going on to another thought. Representing a nurturing figure in a family. So this person here, it don't talk about raising a child, giving birth to a child or anything. It just talks about representing a nurturing figure in a family. That's the definition of mother. It could also define a woman in authority such as mother superior in a covenant. Mother superior in a covenant hasn't had children. Typically, right? Right? I mean, what are we talking about? So if you go down and, you know, you see some of the roles of a mother, a nurturer, authority figure, or like a mother country referring to an origin, You know, so all that remains. Grand rising to you. Again, some people don't understand the term. I get it. I understand that not everybody is educated in all the different ways. I don't expect everybody to be educated on the same level. But when you say things, you got to understand what you're talking about. So that's what mother means. That's the definition of it for those who didn't know. You know, hopefully that educates you. Hopefully you learn something today. You should be a goal to learn something every day, in my opinion. You know, that's why I try to surround myself with people who are smarter than I am. But I understand that's not everybody's goal in life. But hopefully you learned something today. Hopefully you learn how to properly use terms. Tesha Z's, blessings, grand rising to you. And maybe you'll start using words properly. Understanding that certain words aren't actual words that y'all are saying. And some of these words that you are using, you're not using properly. So that's your little education for the moment. Musso Brown's in the building. Salute to Musso. Shout out to Jersey. Shout out to Jersey. So we're going to get into the show like we normally do. And we're going to celebrate people, man. We're going to say congratulations to people. We're going to celebrate people's wins, right? Because everything is not about doom and gloom and all of that. If you want doom and gloom, you can watch the news all day. You can watch all these drama TV shows that they got out now where don't nobody ever tell no jokes. No, we like to have fun over here. We like to clap and cheer and smile and celebrate wins, man. And that's what we're going to do. So this first one here, video that I saw on, I don't know, IG, Facebook, somewhere. But we celebrating the wins of people. We're celebrating the good people in the world. We're celebrating mothers, obviously, today. But let's celebrate this blind student that it was the first time this school ever had a blind student that wanted to do all of these different things. And instead of them making excuses, they figured out how to make these things happen for this blind student. So let's celebrate this.
Was blind, but now I see.
Shout out to that multi-talented young lady. Shout out to the people who surrounded her and gave her the support she needed, as opposed to making excuses for why she could not participate in all of those events. She's doing everything that every other kid is doing. She's running on the track team. She's dancing. She's playing instruments. She's participating in the musical. You see, she has a beautiful singing voice. And she's not allowing that to handicap her, and she's not allowing anybody else to say that she has a handicap. She's just going out there and doing the things. And again, shout out to all of those people in that administration at that school in those places who were actually willing to work with her as opposed to making excuses. King Mafia Anthony in the building. Yo, salute to you, bro. Who else we had come in? I saw a couple more people arrive. Kanisha Buzz, grand rising to you. Shout out to everybody. Hopefully I didn't miss anybody. But yeah, shout out to people who don't let quote unquote handicaps get in the way of them being able to do things. Alpha Buckeye, what up? You know, shout out to that. Y'all tripping in the chat. Shout out to everybody out there who is teaching kindness to their children. Because kindness is something that's taught. It's not just always there. Shout out to everybody who hitting the like button. Yeah, it is free. Kindness is taught. This is another example of a child being taught kindness in life, you know. Yeah, kindness is taught, y'all. This young man whooping these kids' ass at these jiu-jitsu tournaments. But when it's time to get the medals, he want them to come up there and be with him. He don't want to be by himself up there on that podium because he knows he don't get nowhere by himself. He's probably being taught by his trainers and instructors that these other kids are actually helping make him stronger. That's where he gets to hone his craft and work on his skills. You know, but that's being taught to him. That mentality is being taught to him at a young age. Imagine where that's going to take him in life because he's looking more so at including his people, his people that he's competing with, as opposed to excluding them and trying to make himself just look like number one all the time. Yeah, he may deserve number one for beating them in the competition, but when it comes time to be recognized, we can all be recognized equally, right? Shout out to that young man. Shout out to that young man. And shout out to, again, all of the people who are pouring into him, because that's not something that he's just taking it upon himself to know. He's getting taught that. That's something that's being instilled in him by people in his life. So shout out to that. Uncle L in the building. Salute, Unc. Tesh Aziz, what did Tesh say? He gave a membership comment, 16 months. Shout out to Tesh for being a member for 16 months. Said blessed, and this young lady has no excuse. She is blessed. Absolutely, Tesh. That young lady is very blessed. And again, I am commending not only her, because mainly her, for wanting to do those things and not allowing that to get in her way, but also the people who didn't make excuses as to why she could not participate in those things. They figured out a way to be able to teach her and, you know, be with her, guide her in the necessary means so she could participate fully. Kiss my cheeks, grand rising to you. Shout out to everybody in the chat. I appreciate y'all. Shout out to everybody who had the opportunity to hit that like button. It's greatly appreciated. Greatly, greatly appreciated. Continuing to celebrate. We're celebrating wins, y'all. We saying congratulations to people and, you know, people who have gotten some wins. We in the NBA playoffs. Congratulations, because I wasn't here last week. So congratulations to all the teams that made it out of the first round of the playoffs. And it's a couple teams that's about to see their demise in the second round, because the Lakers and the Sixers about to be up out of there. The Lakers been getting their asses whooped by damn near 20 points every game. Reggie Reg, salute. They been getting beat by damn near 20 points every game. In the Sixers, I mean, I didn't really have much expectation out of them. Embiid is in one day, out another day. When he is in one weekday, he's good. then he sits out and then comes back and is not as good. Like, I don't know what the Sixers got going on. The Knicks is whooping they ass too. Goodness gracious. So those two series right there might end up being sweeps. The Cavs got one at home. So they, 2-1 with the Pistons, but the Pistons are looking really good. I think the Pistons and Knicks would be a really good series. A lot of defense on the Pistons side. So I think that'd be a really good series. And then Spurs and Timberwolves. I was actually surprised that Anthony Edwards came back and the Spurs got one in. I mean, the Timberwolves got one in San Antonio. I was surprised to see that. But San Antonio got it back in Minnesota, so they're back into their home court advantage situation if it ends up going 7 games. I really don't think Minnesota has enough to be able to keep up with San Antonio. I mean, Wemby's just a different type of animal out there. And Anthony Edwards playing hurt. The other dude, he's out for the season with his injury. So, yeah, I just don't think the Timberwolves are going to have enough to get past the Spurs because, like I said, Wemby, he's another animal out there. I mean, dude just standing and stretching his arm up, he's already at the rim. So, what's going on here? But yeah, shout out to everybody who made it out of the first round. Shout out to all the teams still playing. Ain't nobody out of it, but you down 3-0, it's going to be a hard comeback. I don't know. Like I said, the Lakers, they've been getting beat by about 20. I don't know what the difference in the scores are for the Knicks game. Some of those games have been a little closer. But yeah, the Lakers, they really ain't got nothing going with the Thunder right now. Oh my goodness. So, but shout out to them for making it past the first round. Hey, not everybody did. They got out of the first round, so can't nobody say nothing to them about that. Sticking with the NBA, or NBA-like topics, shout out to Delonte West. Delonte West, man. Y'all remember Delonte West? He was on those Cavs teams with LeBron back in the day. He was a pretty good ball player back in the day. But then, things went in a sideways spiral for him. He got, I don't know if he was on drugs or what he was on, but he just had a bad downturn, but he's on his comeback. He's celebrating 100 days of sobriety, looking healthier, a lot healthier than the last time I saw him. So shout out to that, man. Shout out to anybody who is going through their struggles with sobriety and they're actually maintaining, they're maintaining their goals. They're staying in touch with the people they need to stay in touch with, their counselors, their peers, their support groups, Shout out to Delonte West, man. Like I said, we celebrating people's wins, man. We celebrate people's wins over here. Everything ain't about all doom and gloom. Y'all can find that anywhere else all day long. But we gonna celebrate some wins over here. Shout out to North Carolina. So shout out in a way, but also fuck them in a way. But the North Carolina High School Athletics Association board voted to sanction girls flag football. So shout out to that. Shout out to them making girls flag football an actual sport where girls can have money from the sports department contributed to that. And then, it should only be a matter of time before it transfers on to college and then girls can get scholarships. They already are getting scholarships in some places, but hopefully that continues to expand because you got girls out there playing flag football, killing it. Shout out to all the moms who are instilling in their daughters that they can do and be anything they want to be. They want to be a football player, they can be a football player. I'm not suggesting they go to the NFL, nothing like that, no. But why can't girls flag football be a professional sport if we got athletic women out there doing it? Rugby, you got women who play rugby and lacrosse and all of that stuff. So why can't they play flag football and not have to hit each other so much, but can still use that same type of athleticism, right? Why can't that be the case? And in conjunction with that, shout out to David Tepper, the owner of the Carolina Panthers, because him and his wife donated after it was officially sanctioned as a varsity high school sport. Him and his wife, Nicole, donated committed to another $1 million to support programs across the Carolinas So they've now contributed over 2.5 million since 2022 towards schools and the continued growth and development of both North and South Carolina. So, you know, Carolina Panthers, they kind of represent North and South Carolina. They're down in Charlotte, which is, you know, close enough to South Carolina border. South Carolina doesn't have a team professional football team in their state. So they kind of represent both states. That's why they're called the Carolina Panthers, not the North Carolina Panthers. And shout out to the Teppers, for donating something. Now, there's probably other people out there donating just as much, if not more, because we know 1.1 million to 2.5 million is nothing for a owner of a football team, but they are donating money to the system, to the development of girls programs in sports in high school. So shout out to that, because that gives girls more opportunities to do things that they didn't have the opportunity to do previously. So again, we're congratulating and celebrating wins around here, y'all. We're congratulating and celebrating wins. Shout out to the WNBA. They got their season kicked off. They got a couple of new teams in Toronto and Portland. I don't understand how you have 15 teams in the league, though. Like, how do you have an odd number of teams? Like, they're continuing to expand, and they're going to expand. It looks like they're getting a team in Cleveland in 2028, Detroit 2029, and Philly in 2030. But I don't understand how you run a league with an odd number of teams. They currently have 15 teams in the league. It just, like, how are you not adding expansion teams at 2s so you can have an even number of teams on both sides? Just, I don't get it, but it is what it is. WNBA is a little wonky right now in terms of stuff, because there's another story out of the WNBA that just surfaced in the past week or so. So back during the WNBA draft, Flau'jae Johnson, she was traded. It was already kind of confirmed before she was even picked that once she was picked, she was going to be traded, right? So she was traded, all that's fine. But the person she was traded for ended up getting cut from the team that she got traded to. It's very weird. Yeah, Will T. Asia got that game-changing contract. We celebrated that when it happened. We celebrated the women in the WNBA now getting paid more. Yeah, we celebrated that back when it happened. Absolutely. Yeah, I'm saying, man, salute. But, yeah. So Flau'jae is still on her team, but Marta Suarez, the person she was traded for, got cut by Seattle. It doesn't make sense, or cut by, waived, by Golden State. Flau'jae's at Seattle. She got waived by Golden State, and it didn't make sense. Like, how do you waive a first-round draft pick? And then it says, she may have the chance to sign back with the team that that's where you get into some weird stuff and you start getting your antitrust lawsuits and stuff like that, WNBA. What are y'all doing? How somebody waive a first-round pick and then that person can possibly go back and sign with the team that they got traded from during the draft day trade? You get into some weird stuff like that. So they got 15 teams in the league and they doing weird stuff like cutting and waiving first-round picks. You get into a bad situation when you have stuff like that going on in your league. So they may want to check it out. You said you had to go look at the thumbnail. What's wrong with the thumbnail, Cheeks? What's wrong with the thumbnail? Carlos Franklin, salute. What's wrong with the thumbnail, Cheeks? We'll talk about it a little later. We ain't gonna talk about that immediately. We'll get around to that. But yeah, WNBA, I don't know what y'all got going on. Salute to y'all. Salute to the new season. Salute to the new teams. But that stuff right there is a little weird when you got first round draft picks getting waived and then they might end up signing back with the team that they got drafted by and traded from. You just get into antitrust stuff when you got that type of stuff going on in your league. So get your stuff together, WNBA. I'm a supporter. I'm a supporter of the league. I'm a supporter of them getting paid more, all of that. But you just got some weird situations going on, and it don't look good when that type of stuff is happening. That's just my opinion, but what do I know, right? But again, we celebrate wins around here, y'all. We're celebrating the wins. Shout out to the Arizona State women's softball team. They just won the Big 12 championship tournament yesterday. That's when it finished up, was yesterday. So shout out to them. I'm a graduate of Arizona State. As y'all know, I've made it plain. I'm wearing the hats all the time, all that good stuff. So shout out to them for being the Big 12 champions in softball, women's softball. Because, hey, I'm going to always celebrate my alma mater when they doing good things. And shout out to family. Y'all know I was gone this past weekend. Houston Slim to neutral, salute. I was gone this past weekend, spending time with family. I posted a thumbnail of where I was. You know, celebrating the graduation of some more Marines. I have a nephew who is a drill instructor down at Parris Island. So we were down there because this was his last platoon graduating, you know, last platoon that he was graduating as a senior drill instructor. So now he's going to move on to a different position. And that ain't for y'all to worry about. But yeah, he's a senior drill instructor and he graduated his last platoon. So shout out to them and just take a look at, if you've never been to a Marine Corps graduation, because we've been to multiple of them. You know, I'm not a Marine. I was Army. I went to Army basic training. And then I was in the Air Force after that. But shout out to the Marines and shout out to everybody who has ever been a Marine, went through Marine Corps boot camp, whether it's Parris Island or you the West Coast Marines out there in San Diego. You know, they got their own little internal strife about that, about who's a real Marine and all that. You know, the East and West Marines, all that stuff. But shout out to the Marines who graduated Parris Island Friday before this past Friday. And just take a look.
Drill instructor of Platoon 3028 is Staff Sergeant Sherrill. He is assisted by Drill Instructor Sergeant Jones, Staff Sergeant Rodriguez, Staff Sergeant Mitchell, Sergeant Arias, and Staff Sergeant Frank. The Honor Platoon for Company K is Platoon 3029. The Senior Drill Instructor of Platoon 3029 is Staff Sergeant Cruz. He is assisted by Drill Instructor Staff Sergeant Nevisela Kishpi, Sergeant Voringer, Sergeant Smith, and Sergeant Luciano.
Yeah, shout out to the Honor Platoon. Shout out to the Honor Platoon. JT Money, man, what's good? Shout out to the Honor Platoon. Shout out to everybody who hit that like button on their way in. Greatly appreciate it. Shout out to the Honor Platoon of Company K that graduated not this past Friday, but the Friday before. And because, I mean, we just got great nephews. What can I say? They doing big things. They're chasing their dreams. They're, you know, going after it. They're being men out here in the world and going after what it is that they... You said your little brother was probably in that knowledge. Did he graduate on... What day was it? Did he graduate? What was it, the 3rd? No, the 1st? Was it Friday? Yeah. Did he graduate on May 1st? You guys, do I like baseball? I haven't paid attention to baseball in years. I used to play, you know, little league stuff like that. I was a fan of the Orioles, and then I was a fan of the Mariners when King Griffey Jr. and A-Rod and all them were out there. Big King Griffey Jr. fan, but I haven't paid attention to baseball much lately. Mad High in the building. Salute. Fat T. Grand rising to you. Yeah, I haven't paid much attention to baseball lately. Not since the King Griffey Jr. days, really. I haven't paid much attention to it. But yeah, knowledge. If he graduated on May 1st, then yeah. But again, we celebrating wins. We're saying congratulations to people, and that's one of my nephews. Again, I got another nephew. He's in the Air Force, and he's also doing big things. Like such. Shout out to my other nephew who won Airman of the Quarter for his wing. Yeah, he had already won it for the company, group, all that. He won it for the wing, the entire wing. Airman of the Quarter. Shout out to him. Out there doing big things. Young in his career and already taking home all the awards. I'm telling you, I just saw him yesterday. Just saw him yesterday. And hey, I told him, hey, your career is right on. You doing all the things right. You're going to be getting promoted early. All that stuff. I mean, Airman of the Wing? Airman of the Quarter for the wing, huh? He already got coin from the Secretary of the Air Force and all that stuff. Young in his career. Not even 2 years into his career yet. He's already working on his CCAF. He's telling me this stuff. He's surrounding himself with the right people, getting the right supervisors and, you know, people in his ear to be mentors of his career. Proud of my nephews, man. Very proud. And we celebrate the wins for sure. We absolutely celebrating their wins. Absolutely. So shout out to y'all. If y'all got any wins, man, shout out to y'all. Shout out to all the people who's winning in life, who is laughing, who are just putting more focus into the good things going on in their life rather than the doom and gloom and trying to be victims and stuff like that. Yeah, shout out to all the people who are celebrating the wins. Putting a smile on your face, laughing, all of those good things. So y'all know we like to transition around here. I'm gonna have to get with Thick Cut or somebody to make me some transition like drops. You know, music and, you know, some maybe visuals and stuff like that when we're transitioning. Because, you know, we going to do our celebrations, but then we also going to transition into some things that make me laugh and, you know, hopefully make y'all laugh and stuff like that too. We applauded people, but we also going to talk about some funny stuff or things that are, I think are kind of interesting, but maybe it's just me because it applies to me, right? So again, I know a lot of y'all don't take part in the whole astrological sign thing, and I'm not saying that I do either. But what I'm saying is a lot of these things about the Taurus, I'm a Taurus, and these things apply to me, and we still in Taurus season, so we celebrating the Taurus, right? So a lot of people say they'll be talking to somebody that's a Taurus and say, you like to argue. And as a Taurus, I'm like, no, you say crazy shit and expect me to be quiet about it. It ain't about arguing. You say something crazy and it just expect me to be quiet and go with it and act like it's all good. No, you say something crazy, I'm going to tell you how crazy that sounds. It's that simple. You say some crazy shit, I'm not just going to be quiet, act like and go with it. No. We named this cult life behavior for a reason, and we're definitely going to get in a whole lot more detail about that, but I'm not in no cults. I'm not in no cults, and so you say some crazy shit, I'm going to question it or get the hell away from you or something. But I'm not just going to be quiet and go along and clap and applaud like a damn seal. No. We don't do that around here. You know, and because you got to understand something about me. If I say no worries, I understand. At certain situations, it ain't for everything. But if you done something, you know you'd have crossed the line, right? You know you done said something crazy and across the line. I'm like, no worries, I understand. I'm also at the same time deleting your number, blocking all the energy, and mentally deleting the entire conversation. And moving on with my life and acting like you don't exist in the world anymore. And I'm real good at doing that. Not worth it. Salute. I'm real good at doing that. I can act like you don't exist in the world anymore. You can be standing right across from me, looking me right in my eyes. And I can act like you don't exist. I mean, again, I don't know. I'm not saying it's a Taurus thing. I'm just saying I'm a Taurus and it applies to me. Right? Another thing. You got to understand, when you see me in chats or whatever, You know, because a lot of y'all see me on these YouTube streets. So if you see me in the chat, if I speak in the chat and then I stop speaking, I'm probably still there listening, but I'm just doing other stuff in most cases, so I can't do a whole lot of talking. Toto Bonzales, thoughts on Epstein files and how conservatives think tanks have influenced the U.S. to create a propaganda machine through social media to suck Trump's ding dong. Hey, so, all right, we're going to get into a little bit of that here a little bit later, talking about the cult stuff. So hopefully you stick around. We're not going there just yet, but hopefully you stick around. And when we get to talking about the cult stuff, you'll get my opinion on exactly what you just asked. But you got to understand me as a tourist, but just me as a person right here, right? I'm very observant. I'll notice anything and everything, and you won't even realize it because I might not say anything. I might just, again, move on. Mrs. Baker, grand rising to you. Happy Mother's Day to you. I may not say a word. That doesn't mean I didn't see it. That doesn't mean I didn't realize or recognize what it was you did. You know, and you may not understand why I have, quote unquote, changed. It's because I recognize things about you and I've moved on. Blocked you out. I don't want that energy around me. You know, because I'm a very forgiving person until I'm not. I'll let things slide until I don't. You know, I deal with a lot and then wake up on a random Tuesday morning and realize how bad you got me fucked up and never speak to you again. You know what I'm saying? I'll be forgiven. Let you get away with what you, or make you feel like you're getting away with whatever it is you're doing, even though you're not really getting anything over on me because I see it. And then just eventually one day get tired of dealing with you and all of it and just never speak to you again. You wondering why. And you telling me that I'm different. I changed. Yeah, I did change. I decided that I ain't fucking with you no more for whatever reason. And whether or not you know that reason, you know, that's not relevant to me. It's not relevant to me to tell you why I don't fuck with you for me to not fuck with you. Like these people who are on a panel saying, and I'm going to go on mute. You don't have to tell somebody you're going on mute if you just go on mute and stop talking. You don't even have to go on mute. You could just stop talking. You could just stop talking and it will get quiet. And then everybody else will realize, oh, okay, now it's my turn to talk. But instead of either just going on mute, which is an action, or just stop talking, you say, I'm going to go on mute and then continue talking. Like if you're going on mute, it should just happen. Gina with the J, grand rising to you. Going on mute is an action. You do it. You just go on mute. You stop talking. But these people say, I'm going on mute, and then they continue talking. So what are we talking about? Words have meaning, y'all. And I saw this one here just like, I think last night or this morning. Once a Taurus, and again, these don't apply to all Taurus, this just applies to me as a Taurus, recognizes this loyalty, you might as well forget it. That goes for a friendship, relationship, mothership, spaceship, it's over. Whatever the damn ship is, once I realize you're disloyal, it's over. Forget it. I don't want nothing to do with you. Yeah, I'm going to go on mute and then keep talking. That's what they do all the time, and it doesn't make any sense to me. And the fact that people continue to listen to people who talk this ignorant, people continue to support people who talk this ignorant is what amazes me. Like, these people need to be spending more time learning in a school somewhere as opposed to talking crazy on YouTube. Because it's very ignorant, and the more that you continue to listen to that ignorance, it's going to kind of rub off on you, you know? You have no choice, but you kind of become a part of your surroundings, what you surround yourself with. And you surround yourself with people who talk silly, like saying things like, and I'm going to go on mute, and then they continue talking, you're going to become one of them, you know, because you start accepting that. You accept people talking like that. And it doesn't make any sense. But for all those people who had a problem with any of that stuff that I just showed or all them Taurus memes, shout out to Lovey. Shout out to Lovey. I think I got this from Lovey's page. Best part about fucking with me is you don't have to. You can get the fuck on at any time. That's the best part about fucking with me. You can get the fuck on at any time. You don't have to fuck with me. I'm not asking anybody to fuck with me. You can get the fuck on at any time. That's the best part about it. And I ain't even going to say shit to you about it. Because that's how I move. If I don't fuck with you no more, I'm just going to get the fuck on at any time. Without explanation to you, because I don't owe you any explanation. So, again, that's how I'm cut. That's how I'm built. So I expect other people, or I'm okay accepting of other people if that's the way they move around me as well. Will T, you said Psychology 101. If you repeat it more than 3 times, some will accept it. Absolutely. They continue to repeat these things because they're drilling it into people's heads. It's a manipulation tactic. And a lot of people are unaware that they've been manipulated and are being manipulated, whether it's by the news media or somebody you're listening to on social media, whatever. It's all media, and it's manipulating your mind. It's just, who are you being manipulated by? Like, for example, I talk about books all the time, right? I got a whole stack of books here. You know, I got books on top of books on top of books here. All the different things, right? All these different books. It's a whole bunch more back here, right? So who is it that the people you're listening to, who are they listening to? Who are they being influenced by? Who are they being mentored by? So I tell y'all some of the people that I'm being mentored by and influenced by. Right now I'm reading this book called The One by Gary Keller and Jay Papasan. It's The One Thing. I'm sorry, The One Thing. Again, these are kind of growth, self-help, if you want to call it, whatever, you know, just expanding your mind, right? The One Thing by Gary Keller and Jay Papasan. That's the one I'm reading currently, actively, right? With another group of people who are also reading it. So we can have discussions about it. I can get other people's interpretation of the messages that are in it, right? It's called a book club. But, you know, all these books. The Master Key to Riches by Napoleon Hill. What You Say When You Talk to Yourself by Shad Helmstetter. The Choice by Og Mandino. The Greatest Miracle in the World by Og Mandino. Mindset by Carol Dweck. How to Win Friends and Influence People, Dale Carnegie. The Magic of Thinking Big, David Schwartz. I got John Maxwell book back here. I got all types of stuff. You know what I'm saying? I also have the books that the people like to throw in front of you and use as some form of weapon when they're not even following the messages in the book. I also have those books back here as well. Hold up. You know, so make sure the internet's right. All right. So yeah, I also have those books back here as well. So this goes back to 1989 when it was given to me by my mom and dad. This is a children's version. Yes, I have other versions as well. 1989. This is a book that a lot of people like to throw at you, throw in front of you, try to use the words of that misinterpreting. It's a collection of stories. A lot of the stuff's removed from it. The versions that you have in your hands, a lot of the stories are removed. A lot of the chapters and books are removed. But this is one that people like to parade in front of you, throw at you, tell you the stories of, and all of that, right? and tell you you're wrong if you're not interpreting the story and following the story the way that they are and taking the same principles out of it, right? And at the same time, they'll tell you that this book is wrong. They'll tell you that this book is not valid. How about you read both of them? How about you study both of them and take the lessons and messages out of both of them? They'll tell you this one's not valid while parading this one in front of you, telling you how valid it is. Who are you being influenced by? Who are the people that are pouring into you? All of the people who are on, let's just keep it to the sector that I know a lot of people who are in this chat are a part of, right? And I'm not saying that anybody who is listening in this chat listens to this person, follows this person in any way, takes any advice from this person in any way. But all of the people who listen to the words and messages of Kwame Brown, for example, right? Can y'all tell yourself who he's getting his words from, who he's being influenced by, who he's being mentored by, what messages are being poured into his head? Can any of y'all tell yourselves that? Do you know who are the people that are pouring into him? Cooking with Foxy, Grand Rising to you. Happy Mother's Day. I mean, that's a question you should ask yourself. You don't have to answer it to me. Do you know who he's being influenced by? Do you know where he's getting his information from? The information that he's passing on to you is fact, speaking with so much authority as if he knows what he's talking about. Do you know where he is getting his information and who he's being influenced by? Do you know what books he's reading or has read? If the answer is no, yet you still continue to blindly follow a person like that, you may be a member of a cult. We'll get into that, like I said. But if you continue to blindly follow a person like that, you don't know where they're getting their information, who they're being influenced by, then you might be a member of a cult. I mean, I'm just saying. Ask these questions to yourself. You don't have to answer these questions to me because I don't care. I don't follow him. I don't listen to him. I know most of the things that he says, he has no clue what he's talking about because he has no education on much of any subject other than manipulation of people, which he learned through his own being manipulated. But if you can't tell yourself who is actually his mentor, who are the people in his life that are smarter than him, then do you know that anything he's saying to you has any validity or any value? You know? Do you know if there's any value to the things that he is saying? Answer that question for yourself. You answer that question for yourself, and then you decide whether those sources have value. It continues to go because nobody knows everything. We're all learning from somewhere. We're all being trained, mentored, having information poured into us from somewhere, whether it's from a book, whether it's from media, social media, people in your immediate area, your parents, your mentors, your friends. We all are learning something from somebody else. We are all taking that information, processing it, and then going out into the world and doing with it what we need to do with it, right? Shout out to everybody who hit that like button. But who are the influencers and the mentors of the people that you are listening to? My mentors and the people who I am actually getting direct information from, I also know who they're getting information from. Why do I know this? Because they share those people with me as well. They share access to those people and those resources with me as well. They don't take this information from these people and act like these people are some secret high-level people on some pedestal. No, they say, this is where I'm learning this from. This person is teaching me this. Over here, I'm learning this, and I'm working with this person on this. So I know who my mentors are being influenced by. I can learn about those people's education background, whether I want to take the advice from that person or not. And a lot of times I can get direct access to that person as well. So I don't have to get that specific through my mentor. My mentor can teach me the thing that is their subject of expertise, and I can learn directly from the expert on the other subject, as opposed to me having to take my mentor's interpretation of it. Because my mentor doesn't know everything on every subject. They know the things on the subject that they are specifically educated and well-rounded in. So when I show you books like, do I have it here? Yeah. So when I show you Redefine Wealth for Yourself, Patrice Washington, right? A lot of y'all maybe seen Patrice Washington, whether it's on Steve Harvey or wherever it is you've seen her. When I show you this book and I say that she is a mentor in my life, and the things that she says to me, she also tells me where she gets her information from. It's not a secret. She's not hiding like she knows everything about every subject. When I show you books like Stealing Back Time by Alexia Moss, and I say that she's a mentor in my life, it doesn't mean that she knows everything about every subject. It means she knows things about the subject that she's an expert in, right? So again, who are the people that you're listening to being mentored by? Who are they getting their information from? Ask yourself that question. Ask yourself that question. And if you don't like the answer, you may need to shift where you're getting your information. Just a reminder, and not that this is anything that specifically mothers need to know, because you may not even be the one taking your car to have this done if you got a man in your life. But when you go to get that oil change and you go to that, little Valvoline or Jiffy Lube or wherever it is you go to get your oil change, and that fool pull that damn air filter out and show it to you, trying to sell you like a damn $30 air filter or something, when you can get that motherfucker yourself for like $10 at the auto parts store and change it when it needs to be changed. Because they're going to pull it out every time, trying to make you an upsell. Tell them to put that shit back in and change your damn oil. You can look up yourself what the air filter is for your vehicle and change that shit yourself. I don't care whether you a mama, a child, whatever. Don't pay that motherfucker to change that damn air filter in your car, because they're going to overcharge you for it, get some upsell bullshit on it, and probably try to charge you an installation fee. Tell that motherfucker to put that shit back in. I ain't asked you to touch no damn cabin air filter. Change my motherfucking oil. Just a word of advice. Just a word of advice. I mean, thick cut, same here. I've been changing my own oil. I learned that. I used to be out there as a little kid with my dad, watching him work on the car. So I understand changing the oil ain't nothing but pulling that damn plug, changing the filter, and putting the plug back in and refilling the shit. But everybody don't know that. Everybody don't have access to the tools. Everybody doesn't know exactly what they're doing. So if they go somewhere and get it done, and that motherfucker try to upsell you on that cabin air filter, I don't care what it looks like. Tell him to put that shit back where it goes and change your motherfucking oil and drive the fuck off when they done. And then you can go on to any auto parts store you want. You can order that motherfucker online, whatever you want, and put that shit in your damn self. They fucking with you when they do that. Mr. Make You Rich, salute. They are fucking with you when they pull that air filter out, showing you that shit looking dirty and all that. Shit, he look dirtier than that air filter. Yeah, they want to charge you a disposal fee. Yeah, kiss my cheeks. Yeah, Thicka said they got fucked shit up. Hold on. They got fucked up shit just to show women customers to make the sale. Yeah, exactly. They'll show you some bullshit trying to make an upsell, charge you an installation fee, a disposal fee, all that shit. Carry your ass to tell them, put that shit back. You go to the auto parts store, buy that damn $15 part yourself, put that shit in yourself, and you throw that other motherfucker in the trash. Ain't no disposal fee. The fuck we talking about? That shit goes in the trash just like every other air filter. Steely Dan, salute. So, just a word of advice. It's Mother's Day. Again, this ain't a shot at the ladies because there's men out there who don't know that. There's men out there who don't know that. Tell them to put that shit back. You go buy it yourself. If you need to have a neighbor come and help you with it, fine. Buy that part yourself. That part is very inexpensive. It don't take but 2 seconds to change. And you throw that other motherfucker in the trash. There ain't no disposal fee. Yeah, Musso, he said that's why you get so much side work. Everyone calls you with the list after the dealer visit. Cut the whole quota in half. Exactly. You go to that dealer. First off, if you go into the dealership to get work done on your car, you already fucking up. Now, if you go there for them to do the diagnostic and it don't cost you nothing and they tell you everything that's wrong, fine. And then you go to a motherfucker like Musso or somebody who know how to fix all that shit, then, you know, that makes sense. But if you go into the dealership to get your regular shit done, you fucking up all the way. Because they going to charge your ass a lot. They're going to charge you a lot more than it costs to get whatever it is done. Acting like they putting some premium shit in your car when they using the same shit as everybody else. They ain't using no special oil. No special anything in your car. And no mechanics that's working on that car may not know anything more than the mechanic down the street who been working on that same model of car 3 times as long as that young motherfucker in the new shop that's wearing all nice clothes. You go out there, the motherfucking mechanic at the dealership, his damn uniform ain't got a spot of oil or grease on it or nothing like that. What you been working on? How you stay so fucking clean? You talking about you been changing car parts and shit. Why is your uniform so clean? A mechanic uniform supposed to have grease and dirt and shit on it. Why? Because that motherfucker's on the floor up underneath the car. If he got it on a lift, then it's shit. I mean, it's just a part of the job. Uniform ain't supposed to be pristine clean. What the hell we got going on here? I'm telling y'all, don't waste y'all money on that bullshit. They will try to fool you. Don't waste your money on that bullshit. Shout out to everybody who's ever had to use this as a universal pillow. How many of y'all in the chat don't even know what the hell that is? Because it is not a pillow. But it gets used as a pillow all the damn time. Because it's some extra shit that you got to carry with you that only serves a purpose when it serves a purpose, but all the rest of the time, it's just some extra shit you got to carry with you. How many of y'all out there don't know what the hell that is? Everybody in the military gets it issued to them. And you carrying that shit around. Nah, it ain't an ammo bag. Ammo bag, that would be hard to sleep on, especially if it got ammo in it. Ammo ain't soft. It's a universal pillow. Come on now. Got to be something softer than ammo, brass and ammo. Nah, universal pillow. So this, for those who don't know, is what your gas mask goes in. It's actually a gas mask like pouch. And inside it would be a gas mask made out of rubber. So it's not soft by any means, but it's the softest piece of equipment that you have other than like the foam pad or something like that, you know? But yeah, it's a gas mask holder. And inside would be a gas mask, a chemical gas mask in the military. So shout out to all my military people out there who's ever had to use that as their pillow, or you're out in the middle of nowhere and basically you got whatever you can carry, so you don't get to carry shit like no pillow. You know, you ain't got room or space for nothing like that. Because you got your supplies, your food and everything, MREs, all of that is with you. Because you don't know the next time your hot meal is coming. So you might have 3-4 MREs up in there in your ruck and whatever else, you know, until you're going to get to that next hot meal to restock up. Shout out to the chat. Shout out to the chat. You say you have snacks in there? No, you have your snacks in your rucksack. You'll have other little packs and stuff. You wouldn't want to put your snacks in there because when you need that motherfucker, you need it to be ready. You need to be able to get to it immediately. You ain't got time to worry about other shit that's in there. When you need it, you need to be able to put it on really quickly. It might save your life. You ain't going to get to them damn snacks if you can't put the gas mask on and you need it. Yeah. Shout out to the chat. So, in the spirit of graduation season, shout out to everybody who's graduating. There was a lot of graduations here in North Carolina yesterday. Shout out to all the graduates. But we know we got some young heads who don't know how to act at graduation, right? So this principal, he was not having it. Principal was not having it. Young boy thought he was going to do all kinds of dances across the stage and all that. Principal, no, go back to start. Carry your ass back to start and walk across the stage like you got some sense. Ryan Rose, salute. Principal was not having that BS. Yeah, the principal looked at him too. Boy, you almost didn't graduate. I was about to send your ass to summer school. Yeah, that look at the end is everything. That look at the end is everything. Been giving them trouble for 4 years, kiss my cheeks. He's like, boy, your ass almost got sent to summer school. I was about to pull your diploma right now and send you to summer school up here with that nonsense. We talked about this. We did rehearsals and talked about this. Now you up here trying to embarrass me and act a fool in front of these people. It ain't too late. We ain't submitted them final reports yet. It ain't too late. You say no father in the home, silly, then that's possible. Because I'm sure they went through all of this. You have graduation rehearsals and all of that. And I'm sure the principal told them, walk across that stage. Act like you got some sense. He probably told them wear, a shirt and tie, stuff like that. All these different things. And he gonna come out there and try to embarrass. No, you ain't gonna embarrass me acting a fool up in here. Go on back to start. Go on back to start. Not having it. He gave him that look at the end. Like, boy, you damn near didn't graduate. I was about to embarrass you in front of your whole everybody that's here screaming for you. About to embarrass you. He should have snatched that diploma back. We'll mail it to you if we decide that you graduate. You might be here for summer school, though. Yeah, we need more. We need more of that in the world, man. We need more principals that ain't playing that BS. They not having it. Ain't got time for it. So while we are in the essence of learning, here's the Wabbit God in the building. Salute to you, bro. While we're in the essence of learning things, just read this message and let me know what you think about it. So it reads, I heard someone say humans are the only species that will spray food with poison to stop other creatures from eating it and then eat it themselves. I can't unhear that. Shout out to Deja Vu. If y'all not subscribed to Deja Vu, you're doing yourself a disservice. Deja Vu don't post nonsense. She only posts facts, good information that are about making you stay healthy. Information that a lot of you may not know. but it's a good source to get the information. If you're not subscribed to Deja Vu, you're doing yourself a disservice. Hemi McFly in the building. Yo, salute. Y'all make sure y'all hit up Hemi McFly if you're looking for some fire beats. The bro makes fire beats. Make sure you hit up Hemi McFly, that guy. But yeah, humans, the only species that spray food with poisons to keep other creatures from eating it and then turn around and eat it themselves. I mean, make it make sense. There's so many natural things you can do if you have a certain type of, say, insect that's eating your plants. There are so many natural things you can do to keep that insect specifically away from the plant. All you got to do is look up a natural remedy. They're all readily available for you. And what you would not understand is that it's some of the most common stuff that you have heard of your entire life. Like peroxide and baking soda and things like that. Just regular common everyday household items. Peppermint oils, different oils that are natural oils. And you don't even necessarily, in all cases, have to put it on the plant. Just putting it in the area of the plant will keep that insect, that specific bug away. Natural things. A lot less expensive than the chemical poisons that you're putting on there. Neem oil, right, Muso? There's so many different things out there. These are natural things that keep insects away if you need those insects to stay away. Now, understanding that you also need insects around. Bees are insects. You need pollinators, butterflies. You need these things to actually be around to move and transfer the pollen because certain plants need cross-pollination. And unless you're going to go out there yourself with a damn Q-tip and take the pollen from here and put it over there, you need the bees and the butterflies and all of these different insects to go from one plant to the next, moving it and doing that cross-pollination. So you don't want to keep all of the bugs away. You can't have a garden with no bugs in it. That's not a garden. That's some factory that you've made and you're growing some factory lab grown stuff at that point. So understand what you're doing. Understand there's different methods. Like Thick Cut is talking about. He uses copper and zinc wire buried in the ground. And it activates the Earth's natural, like an Earth's natural battery. And there's different things, vibrations that keep certain bugs away. There's all types of things out there that does not require you to spray poison on your food, on your plants that you plan on eating, you plan on your family consuming. So many natural things out there. You just have to take the time to do the research because just think, our ancestors, a lot of them who lived to be 80, 90, 100 years old didn't have access to any of these pesticides. Yet they still grew healthy gardens, vegetables, plants, flowers, herbs, all of that stuff, using the natural stuff they had. Castile soap does wonders. Castile soap. If you got Castile soap and learned the different uses of Castile soap, you would get rid of Dawn and all of them commercial brand soaps that are out there. You would stop using them. If you understood that one container of Castile soap, number one, how far it spreads, how much different uses you can use it for. There's just so many natural things that are out there that we have not been taught in schools, have not been taught in your churches or all of that stuff. So why is this information being kept from you? And this is the information that your ancestors had. Why wasn't this information passed on to you from your ancestors? The information is still there. You just have to go out and seek it. Like Thick Cut said, Dawn is actually poisonous. Shout out to Carl Belton in the building. Shout out to all the tradesmen. Dawn is poisonous. High fructose corn syrup is poisonous, and it's in most of the things that you're probably consuming. But there's natural versions of all of these things readily available at your fingertips. You've just been programmed by, again, whoever it is you're listening to, whether it's the media, whether it's some person that you don't know who their influences or sources are. You don't know who they're being influenced by. So you've been programmed in your head because you've heard the same message for so long. Oh, it cleans the oil off of a baby duck. Well, if it's cleaning oil off of a baby duck, why in the hell is that something that I want to put on something that is going to hold something that I'm putting into my body? It's cutting oil off of a damn baby duck's body. Grateful for that. Because the oil spills and stuff are terrible. And what it does to animals and wildlife is terrible. So I'm grateful that it has its ability to clean the oil off of a baby duck. But why in the hell is that something that I need to put on something that I'm going to be using for consumption? The John Show, salute. Make that make sense. It can clean the oil off of a baby duck's ass, and then I'm supposed to use that same product to clean dishes that I'm going to then turn around and cook with and eat off of? Make it make sense. Right. If you're a thick cut, it leaches into the plastic containers. So if you're using plastic containers, your plastic containers over time, especially if you're using microwaves and dishwashers with them, they get holes in them. You can't see them, but the holes are there. And then so now as you're using this oil, this solution that's cleaning oil off of a baby duck's ass, it's leaching into that plastic. So now when you go to reheat that again, because you really shouldn't be heating plastic in a microwave anyways, but that's a whole nother story. But if you're out there doing it, now that chemical is now coming out into the food that you have in that container. Yes, you should be using glass. Absolutely, kiss my cheeks. If you're going to be microwaving anything, use glass containers, not plastic containers. But for all those of you who are using the plastic and thinking that Tupperware is the top of the line, because that's what we were taught back in the 80s, you know, understand that everything that you learned is not necessarily accurate. And that you are at a place old enough to do your own research. Bishop, I see you. So, yeah, ceramic or glass is the way to go when it comes to that stuff. Because, again, some of the glass out here is not good glass. You got to understand the glass that you're dealing with as well. Ceramic, typically, if you're got some real ceramic stuff, you're typically pretty safe there. But do your own research. Don't just believe everything that you hear, and don't believe a person just because you have for some reason put them on a pedestal and you don't even know where they're getting their information from. Understand, make them, or I'd say this, I ain't gonna say make them do anything because you can't make them do anything. But if this person that you're listening to is not willing to tell you the sources of where they're getting their information, then that may not be somebody you want to listen to, because it shouldn't be a secret who they're getting their information from, where they're getting their information from, what books they're reading. That should not be a secret. Like Thick Cut said, stay away from them forever chemicals, like them non-stick pans and shit like that. Because as you scratch up that non-stick surface, it starts to leach chemicals into your food. You seen that non-stick pan and it's got scratches on it and stuff? Just get cast iron. That's what your ancestors used. Just get cast iron. You buy it one time, it lasts damn near forever as long as you take care of it. Get cast iron. Cooking cast iron. Mojo, Moni Mo, salute to you. Happy Mother's Day. Happy Sunday. Get cast iron, get ceramic, get good glass. Try to phase out your plastics and your non-stick Teflon or whatever them forever chemical surfaces are. They told you it was good, but it ain't. You get cast iron, you can cook it all over. You can cook it on the stovetop. You can cook it on an open fire. You can cook it on the grill. You got one pan, I mean, you know, the different shapes and sizes, but one pan that can go on all of those different cooking surfaces. And you don't have to worry about it leaching forever chemicals into your body. Just get cast iron. Yeah, it may be an investment in the beginning. Like, a lot of we got a bunch of cast iron stuff, so we really don't need any more, but we'll probably get some more over time. But the stuff we have, we've taken care of, and it's continuing to work just as fine. That's it. Just keep it oiled. That's all. You get a cast iron pan, keep it oiled, you are good to go. You got you a nice non-stick surface. If you cooking a steak in it or whatever, you're going to get you a nice good sear. I mean, whatever it is, burgers, you're going to get you a nice good sear on it. Just information. It never goes out of style. This is the stuff that your ancestors used. Why wasn't that information passed on to you? Why did all these new things come along and they told you it was better than the stuff that your ancestors used that made them live to 100+ years old? Educate yourself and understand who the people that you are listening to are being educated by. That is your responsibility to understand who the people you're listening to are being educated by. It's not their responsibility. So, again, it's up to you to figure that stuff out. Comes to educating yourself, right? This is just a little word of advice for the people out there who are still on the prowl, going on dates, looking for a relationship. You may not even be looking for a relationship, but just encountering somebody that you may show an interest in. Before you go on a date with them, make sure they can say certain words. I need to hear you say street, shrimp, strawberry, straight, specific, February, computer, Buick, library, and ambulance. I need you to be able to say these words. I don't want to hear screet, S-K-R-E-E-T. I'm down to screet. What are some scrimps? I'm gonna give me some scrimp scampies. Huh? Strawberries. What is a strawberry? Let's get straight. Let's get it straight. And they be having trouble with specific. February, February. What? Buick, Burke. Use it in a sentence. Say the word in, use it in a sentence. Ambulance. Pacific. No, specific, motherfucker, not Pacific. Pacific is an ocean. You're trying to be specific. Two totally different things. If you can't say these words, it's a problem. Yeah, amber lamps. What is an amber lamps? You telling me the color of the lamp is amber? You're trying to say it's an amber color light? Is that what you're saying? Oh, ambulance. That's what you're saying, not amber lamps. Yeah, the ambulance may have some amber lamps on it, but that is called an ambulance. I'm just saying. You got to be able to say these words for you to go on a date with certain people. I'm just saying. All jokes, y'all. Because I got my lady and she can speak very properly. She can say all of the damn words, no issues. She ain't never said none of that crazy stuff. I was hoping Trey Spectors was in here. I know we got some Knicks fans. I was just wondering what y'all thought about this. I saw this pop up, and to the basketball fans out there, I wonder what y'all thought about this. This thing says that the streets are saying that Carmelo Anthony retired with absolutely nothing to his legacy. So they go through the things. Nikola Jokic took his number in Denver, so he ain't the greatest number or whatever in Denver, because Jokic has had a better career than Carmelo. He's got multiple rings, multiple MVPs, all that, right? They said Harden snatched his top 10 scoring spot. So he's no longer top 10 in scoring because Harden passed him up. KD took the greatest Olympian title. I guess that may be up for debate, but I think KD got, just as many rings, but more MVPs, something like that in the Olympics. LeBron took his rookie of the year shine. You know, LeBron, obviously better career than Melo. I don't think that's debatable. LaMelo Ball took his nickname because LaMelo Ball, when people say Melo right now, who are they talking about? Are they talking about Carmelo Anthony or are they talking about LaMelo Ball? Then they said Jalen Brunson took the city because the Knicks is looking really good right now, and that's Jalen Brunson leading that team. So they said he had 0 rings and everybody took a ring from him. I'm not saying I agree with the statement. Shout out to Carmelo Anthony, had a great career. But why the internet taking shots at Melo like that? Shout out to all the Knicks fans. The Knicks looking good right now. Shiesty, I see you. The Knicks looking good right now. But yeah, they why the streets doing Melo dirty like that? Now I will say I don't understand them damn pants that he be wearing. Who be dressing Melo? Who be dressing Carmelo on them that NBA pregame show that he's on? Who be dressing him? Why his clothes always so big and baggy and stuff? Like it ain't baggy like 90s baggy, like AI baggy. It ain't, you know, like it be kind of like what's going on? This ain't Carmelo. This is just this. I saw this meme and they're saying that we just different generations, man. We cut different in this generation because when AI was on the sideline of street clothes back in the 90s, you know, they tried to say that the way he was dressing was too hood and all that because he's wearing the baggy sweats and the do-rag and all that. So they tried to say that AI was, you know, they didn't like the way he was dressed on the sidelines back in the 90s. You know? But what the hell is going on in 2026 when you got bros on the sideline dressed like this? What in the hell is bro wearing? What is he wearing? He got on, like, those jeans look like women's jeans. That jacket, man, what is he wearing? Y'all tell me what's going on here. What is he wearing? They try to say that AI was dressing too hood and all that. No, fuck that. Go back to the way AI was dressing. Because that shit right there, I don't know what that is. I don't know. He trying to be the baddest bitch. What? I don't know what's going on. Swift, salute. What is going on here? That is not, man. Yo, I don't know what that is, but that shit is wild. That shit is wild right there, bro. You need to fire your stylist. If you styled this yourself, then you need to get you a job styling women. Cause no, that ain't it. That is not it. And I mean, shout out to Jason Tatum and LMI. Fuck the Met Gala. I don't know why people go to that shit. Why y'all go? Why are black people going to the Met Gala? And why the hell is Jason Tatum carrying a purse down the red carpet? The pink jacket is fire. I ain't got no problem with the long coat, suit coat. But why is he wearing a purse or carrying a purse? Her hand is free. So if it's her purse, she should be carrying it down the damn red carpet. Yeah, Jason Tatum, what he's wearing, that jacket, that pink jacket is fly, you know, all of that. But why is he carrying a damn purse? A clutch bag at that, Katana right. He carrying a clutch bag. Why? Because her hand is free. She could carry that if that's her purse. They walking down the red carpet. You see all the photographers, so you know this is the part where you walk in to have the pictures taken. Why are you carrying a purse? I got to think it's his because it match his outfit better than it match hers. Right, John Show. John Show said he only carry a purse if it's heavy shit in it and we not snapping no pictures. Exactly. When it's time to snap pictures, you got to hold your own damn purse. Why is he carrying a damn purse? I don't understand it, man. I don't know what's going on here. That confused the hell out of me when I saw the picture. I was looking at the picture. I was like, all right, you know, whatever. They had the Met Gala. That don't really make any damn sense. But okay, do what you do. The pink jacket with the black lapels and all that. That shit looked fly. She looked nice in her black dress. But why in the hell does this Negro have a purse? That is the part that I can't understand. We are just a different generation, y'all. We a different generation. And you see AI scratching his head even back then. I think AI knew this shit was going to happen. Whenever they went to banning what he was wearing, he's like, yeah, they trying to get me to go with that agenda. And I got to scratch my head at this. Will T, I have noticed that a lot of the commercials now never shows a black couple. They'll show interracial couples all day long. They won't show a black couple in very many commercials unless you're watching BET or one of them channels. But when it comes to any other channel, they'll show interracial couples all day, but they do not show very many black couples on mass media when it comes to commercials and things like that. Yeah, AI was scratching his head way back then. Like, yeah, they trying to get me on this agenda, and I ain't with that shit. So they just going to have to find me because I'm wearing my do-rag, I'm wearing my fucking sweats and all that shit. I'm not about to wear no motherfucking bell bottoms and some high-waist pants with a little crop top and a pink jacket. I'm not about to do that. Shout out to AI for not bending to their bullshit. I don't know what's going on with the rest of these guys. I don't know what's going on with them. But y'all might want to ask some questions about who they're being influenced by. Again, the people that you're listening to, the people that you're following for guidance, who are they being influenced by? Who are they being influenced by? Katana, you said you noticed those commercials changed several years ago. You think it started with Cheerios? Yeah, I'm not sure who it started with, but I definitely noticed that you don't see very many black couples in commercials anymore. And like I said, unless you're watching a BET, a channel like that, but I don't see very many black couples in commercials. You see white couples, you see interracial couples all day long. Not very many images of a black unified family in a commercial very much anymore. And that's an agenda that you can subscribe to if you choose to. You can continue to support those channels and media outlets and stuff that push that agenda, or you could disconnect from them. Just like there's a push right now for black athletes in the South in college sports to transfer. Since the South wants to change all of the laws to basically disenfranchise the black vote, why are all these black athletes putting their bodies on the line for conferences like the SEC and the ACC? When these are the states that are disenfranchising your vote. So you, as a college football player or college basketball player for Alabama, Carolina State, any of these SEC or ACC teams, Duke, you can put your body on the line, break your body down, make millions and billions of dollars for that school, but then they won't respect you at the voting booth? That's a disservice to yourself. There's plenty of other states across this country that will actually allow you to vote, will count your vote as a full vote, won't disenfranchise your vote, and you can go play for them schools. And they got money in them states. Places like New York and California, they got a lot of money out there. You could make those schools the powerhouses. And the SEC and ACC schools could go to trash if they can't get y'all players to go there. I'm just saying, until they want to respect you as a person, as a full human being, why make billions of dollars for those schools? Well, you could go other places where they will actually give you some level of respect, will allow you to vote. Go north of the Mason-Dixon line. You can make all of those schools the powerhouses. Everybody could wonder what happened that made the SEC go from being the football powerhouse to now all of the schools up north are the football powerhouses. Oh, all of those good players that were corn-fed from down in the South started going up to north schools to get their education and play for schools and make money. I'm just saying. Do what you do, but know where you're being respected. Know where you're being disrespected. Know where you're being disenfranchised. Shout out to all the mothers out there. Shout out to all of the ladies out there who know their value, know their worth. Shout out to Trey Spectives. Again, I haven't seen her, but she shared this with me, and I knew it was definitely worth sharing on here. So let's take a listen to this young lady who knows her worth.
To those who think the term Becky is a racial slur, the term Becky isn't racial, it's historical. Black women have been hysterical behind losing their black babies to white women in plantation homes, yet breastfeeding and raising their own children only for them.
Uh-oh. Hold up. Let it catch
to
it.
grow up and steal our black men. For them to say we cannot share the same water.
Let me rewind it back a little bit so
White women in plantation homes, yet breastfeeding and raising their own children only for them to grow up and steal our black men. For them to say we cannot share the same water fountain, yet we share the same areola, gentrified our milk, and somehow processed that we are not the soil God made us from. Somewhere in Alabama, Mississippi, South Carolina, Becky is using her long, bona fide tresses to secure an African-American male who has left a void in his household to tend to her submissiveness. To escape the resilience of our tongue, the defiance of our spirit, he has left a footprint of fearing that one day the queen he thought he was ready for would dethrone him in his kingdom, so he feels more safe with her. Feels like she will suck and swallow his ego and give it back to him. Feels like she ain't gonna challenge his authority, like she ain't gonna give him a taste of his own medicine. See, this has nothing to do with race and everything to do with a reminder of how challenging it is to pronounce our names, how subtle our hair grows toward God, how we've begun differentiating skin tones to color spectrums. The lighter you are, the closer to freedom he can be. I agree we shouldn't use names to identify any one race, but history has called us niggers, pickaninnies, and darkies. We were once called out at slave auctions with names like Sally, Sarah, Molly, Mary, Becky, as if it were a privilege to even have one. So now, when we say our names, they have weight, they have meaning, they have the hand of God in its creation and wisdom with every enunciated syllable. So yes, when our men are afraid of their shadows, when the smell of our sweet peach reminds him of where he came from, Sankofa, Jinami, rice, diamonds, Oshun, Ashanti, Kente, cocoa butter, hot combs, cassava, head wraps, bonnets, when he forgets twerking is an African ritual dance and not sexual entrapment, when he cannot recognize the Ankh, the dialect, the wardrobe, when he cannot look at me as his black queen and see himself for the king he truly is, well, he better call Becky with the good hair. But this ain't got nothing to do with race. Y'all all right?
Hey, shout out to that, man. Shout out to that. Shout out to Trey Spectors for sharing that with me. I'm going to drop the link for that in the chat as well, because y'all need to go over there and see that yourselves. Y'all need to subscribe to that page if you're not already. And yeah. That was good stuff. That's good stuff. And a message that a lot of people have seemed to have forgotten. You know, a lot of people seem to have forgotten. where they come from, what it means. So that's the link to that video right there that I just dropped in the chat. Go subscribe to that page right about now. It's a poetry page. And the link that I dropped takes you straight to that video that we just listened to. Right about now, poetry. So make sure that you understand where you come from. Make sure you understand what you are leaving behind when you decide to stray from your people. Stray from the very people who made you. This is Mother's Day. And all of us who come from a mother of a certain ethnicity, I'm not saying there's any problem with interracial relationships. I have zero problem with that at all. Let's talk about it. Salute. Connie Foster, grand rising to you. I'm not saying in any way, shape, or form that there's anything wrong with interracial relationships. But what I'm saying is, at the same time, while you have your interracial relationship, don't forget where you actually come from. Don't forget that there are certain things from your actual origins that you may need to still hold on to, that you may still need in order to live a healthy life. And there may be things that that other person does not know about and cannot provide for you because they have no clue about it. So understand that if you come from a Black woman, yet it is your common thing to disrespect constantly Black women, not have any Black women in your life pouring any love, affection, support, nurturing into you, then you are missing a piece of yourself. There's a part of yourself that's missing if you don't have that pouring into you. Yeah, you said interracial dating is difficult as fuck. You're not gonna lie. There was a video I was going to play, and I had clipped it out of the show that talks about that specifically. And I'll try to remember to work it into the show next week. Because again, I'm not anti anybody interracial dating in any way, shape, or form. But at the same time, don't forget where you come from and what you might need as a result of where you come from. And again, if you don't have any of that in your body, in your aura, in your world, then you may be missing a crucial part of what it means to be who you are. You may be missing some crucial elements in your life and not even know it. Shout out to everybody who hit that like button, and shout out to the parents, the role models, the influence that are pouring into this next young lady we about to listen to.
Something. I'm a queen, I be addressed as such. Wake up in the morning, affirmations for you up. Looking at me, you looking at star. It's a takeover, yeah, I made it this far. Let's go. I got a voice, so I definitely got a choice. Twerking, showing skin. This to do an Instagram or TikTok trend? Nah, that's not something that I'm in. Too young and Black, dream big and shaggy, yeah, I got it like that. Crack that tea, who you know that's hot as me? Honestly, you know it's no stopping me, period.
Shout out to the influences in that young lady life. You talking her shit, right? Lovelace in the building. Peace and blessings to you, Lovelace. Grand rising. I appreciate you being here.
Oh, hell is hot. Ain't no water there. Hell is hot. Ain't no water there. No ice, no tea, no lemonade, no Coke, no Sprite, no Gatorade. Hell is hot.
Shout out to Lovelace. Happy Mother's Day to you, Lovelace. I appreciate you being here. Yeah, that young lady. Shout out to, again, the role models, the influences in her life.
Something. I'm a queen, I be addressed as such. Wake up in the morning, affirmations for you up. Looking at me, you looking at star. It's a takeover, yeah, I made it this far. Let's go. I got a voice, so I definitely got a choice. Twerking, showing skin. This to do an Instagram or TikTok trend? Nah, that's not something that I'm in. Too young and Black, dream big and shaggy, yeah, I got it like that. cut that tea. Who you know that's hot as me? Honestly, you know it's no stopping me. Period.
She call herself the takeover, y'all. Shout out to her. That's the takeover. Right. Kiss my cheeks. You saw that, right? It's the takeover, right? That's the takeover. So when we talk about the takeover, we should be referring to this young lady right here. The takeover. Period. Hey, she's got people pouring into her that lets her know who she is and what to accept and what not to accept, more importantly. She's got the right influences and role models in her life. So shout out to them. Oh, man. Again, all the mothers out there, whether you are a mother that gave birth, whether you are a stepmother, a grandmother, auntie that's in the role of a mother, a friend that's in the role of a mother. All of the nurturers out there, we defined what it is to be a mother earlier. We know there's many different forms. Tricky Ricky Mickey Davis flipping the building. What up? Shout out to all the mothers, man. And shout out to all the wives. Whether you are a mother or not, most wives are a mother in some way, shape, or form, more than likely, because, again, nurturing is part of being a mother. A nurturer, whether you've physically given birth to a child or not, a nurturer is a characteristic trait of a mother. Right? Yeah. Dogs count. Plants count. A nurturer. You got plant moms, you got dog moms, you got cat moms, you got all different types of moms out there who are nurturing and taking care of another living thing. Whether it's a person, again, a cat, a dog, a plant, some other kind of pet species, whatever. There's all types of mothers out there because mothers are, by definition, nurturers. Not about physically giving birth to a child. But again, that requires education to understand that concept, right? Shout out to all the wives out there. Whether you're a mother or not, again, a lot of wives in some way, shape, or form are probably a mother because they're nurturing somebody, whether it's another child, whatever, you know. A lot of the wives out there are nurturers and therefore are mothers in their own way, whether they have physically given birth to a child or not. Shout out to all the husbands who understand that their wife is something to be cherished, something to be valued at, you know, the highest level. Shout out to the ones who understand that in order to really be a provider for her, you have to give her emotional safety because she can't relax when she feels unstable. Right? You have to be able to provide emotional safety for her so she can relax. You know, if you're providing the comfort and the support and the security for her, she has to be able to feel emotionally safe above all. And understanding that, you know, growing up, I know I grew up, I was born 79, so I grew up in the 80s and the 90s. And Felicia Rashad on TV as Claire Huxtable was a very prominent image of a black mother that we saw growing up as kids. You know? And we saw the different young women and girls that she was quote unquote nurturing on the show. And we see who they grew up to be on the show and off the show. Right? We see they grew up to be these women that we see here in this picture. They've been successful in their own different ways. And you know, that was the image that we were taught and shown of mothers and what we experienced as well. The black mom in the house, raising the daughters to be certain type of women, raising the son to be a certain type of man along with the father, You know, that's the images that we saw. So shout out to all the men who understand that their wife is somebody to be cherished, and that if she has a bad day for whatever reason, you may have to, you know, if she's feeling a certain way about whether it's your relationship, work stuff with the kids, stuff with family, whatever, you may have to do certain things. And I saw this and it warmed my heart, so I wanted to share it with y'all.
Real talk. This is the difference between a man who keeps his woman and a man who loses her. Watch.
Says my wife had a bad day at work. I had a surprise waiting for her. Look at her face.
From that first day at the market, you had my soul.
She having a terrible day. She look all
Your
sad.
voice cut through the noise, made everything whole. For Jack tomorrow, every moment we grew.
She on her phone, just trying to zone out.
Found my truth in you. You're my peace, my heart, my everything. Through every storm, baby.
She barely even paying attention
6 years of love
to the song.
deeper still. Stephanie, you're the only
now she heard her name again, like, so it made her look up like, what's going on here? Now you talking about our kids? Hold up. It got her now. Now she in her feelings.
Every chapter with you, I just love you more. You stand by me even when it's hard to stay. Your spirit shines brighter every single day. I see your loyalty, your grace and all you do. Stephanie, my heart belongs to today. I promise you forever. I mean every word. We're in this together through ups and downs. You've been my steady ground. You're my peace, my heart, my home. I'm grateful for the life we've grown. Walking this journey till the very end. Stephanie, my love, my wife, my best friend.
Get you one, man. Get you a best friend. I'm telling you. Get you a best friend.
What you think? They should they better. Okay.
Nice, thank you.
Give me a kiss.
Get you a best friend, man. For real. Get you a best friend. That's the best thing I can say to that. I know I got me a best friend, man. Y'all get y'all a best friend. It eliminates some of the misery in your life. Some of the nonsense, won't even be important to you. Some of the BS that you respond to, whether it's on YouTube or whatever, it won't be important. You'll give it little thought or effort, because you won't care. Because you got that one that's waiting for you, The best advice I can give you, you don't have to take it. You can tell me how dumb I am or whatever you want to say about how long I've been married. Let's to the YouTube God in the building. Capo, salute. You can say whatever you want to say about how long I've been married to my best friend. Get you one, man.
I'm going to say it loud and proud. Get you a wife. I was at a family cookout. One of my cousins pulled me aside and was like, hey, I really appreciate you sending that Cashapp for my son's graduation. And that was a really nice note you put on there, too. And I was like, yeah, no doubt. All of that. That's cool. Meanwhile, I'm standing there with a paper plate and some potato salad, thinking to myself, I have no idea what this man is talking about. And then it hit me. Oh, it's her. Yep. Putting my name on birthday cards, sending out little graduation gifts, all the nice little personal touches, like I was sitting there at my desk and I thought about it. Like, family members and friends, listen closely. If your baby got like some Legos from me or some headphones for school, yeah, you really think I'm out here at Target comparing prices, looking at your Amazon wish list? No, that is her all day long. I can promise you I wasn't even there when that thought crossed. Name was on the card and my bank account might be tied to the purchases made, but I guarantee you I did not do it. Got relatives out here hugging me, thanking me, talking about how thoughtful I am. I'm like, nah, you need to take that energy to her. If you want to be a better man, get you a wife. Then take care of that wife, because she will take care of you and make you look like a better person than you really are.
I mean, I'm just saying. There's benefits that come with it. There's benefits. There's a lot of benefits that come with it. When you find that best friend, man, that one that you're willing to do all of the things for, change who you are for that person. Because they need you to be different than who you are. When you're willing, that person that you want to be better for. Get you one. Try it out. And I'm not saying that y'all have to be married by any legal ramifications or anything like that. What I'm saying is get you somebody that you can have as a best friend that you can build with. Whatever status y'all want to remain in, it is what it is. Pick and choose TV Slim in the building. Salute the capo. Shout out to all the tradesmen. Get you that person you can build with. I don't care what y'all status is in terms of marriage or not. If that's your wife, that's your wife. The law doesn't determine whether or not that's your wife in, real life. So get you that one that you can build with, that you can grow with, that makes you want to be a better person than you are. Also understanding that not everyone out there is that. So make sure the one that you are doing that with, that you are building with, is an amplifier to you and not an anchor.
To see, to determine how much money you're going to make in your life is show me your wife. Show me your wife. Is she an amplifier or is she an anchor? A lot of you guys are trying to be rich and you're dating somebody that's a freaking anchor, dragging you down, dragging you back into mediocrity, back into the status quo, not letting you pursue your dreams. Dude. But on the flip side of that, amplifiers, they're the ones that convince you that you are more than you've ever believed. And that type of woman is worth her weight in gold. As soon as you find that woman, keep her forever. I got mine.
When you find the one, you keep her forever. So Thick Cut, you said it's hard to find in 2026. So there's multiple reasons for that, Thick Cut. And part of that is our fault as men. Part of that is society's fault based on the things that we have forced women to do over the years, right? So I'm glad you're saying these comments because it's right in line with the videos that I plan on sharing, right?
Want us to lead them. They just don't want us to lead them to hell. I don't understand why y'all have such a hard time accepting the fact that no matter how independent a woman is, some women still want to be led. Then y'all be quick to say, that's why I like me a low maintenance woman. I like me a girl that just I ain't got to do much to impress her or to keep her. And it's like, bro, that says more about you than it says about her. What I find so funny is that we literally have to do the same things that we would have done had we would have been single and living by ourselves. The only difference is you include and intentionally take care of and or consciously live with somebody else. Stop asking what you want to eat. Just cook something. That simple. Stop asking her. Stop asking her what you want to do for the weekend or whatever when everybody get off on Friday. Just plan something. You don't find it strange that it's the same thing that you would have did whether you was with a woman or not. It's quite literally that simple. Then you're going to have everybody in the comment section, oh, it's not that simple. A lot of women don't know what they want. And do they even deserve this? And what they bring to the table? Is that in the third? Last time I checked, I'm a man. I build my life and I create my life how I want it to be. And then I add who I need to add or who I want to add. It's that simple. I don't care what she bringing to the table. Just be a woman that give me my respect in all facets. Love the Lord. Give me my love. Whatever else we build on top of that or whatever else we agree, because every relationship is situational and it's different. But it's like whatever y'all agree at. But at least these are the basics. Here's what it is. At least so I thought.
So again, thick cut, salute to you. And I feel like a lot of what you're saying is too broad because all women are not the same. You know, you're saying social media, it gives women too much access, whereas access used to be the immediate area where she lived, not the whole world at any moment. That's not all women, because not all women are on social media. There are some women out there looking for someone that, you know, is interested in the same things that you're interested in. But if you're going to put them all in a box, then you're going to get the same result. Shout out to Draco, the big homie, for being a member for 4 months. I appreciate you. Salute to you. Distracting one, blessings to you, hugs. Happy Mother's Day to all of the women's out there. Yeah, I know you're speaking in generalities, thick cut. You're just speaking in general. I get it. But we have to understand the part that we play in the women wanting to be more independent, because it's a whole generational that was raised to be that way.
Young man to be able to be open to a woman that has her own, that works on her own, that does her own things and doesn't necessarily need you.
And that is not catering to, you know, it's like when you have your own thing, you don't have time to make sure you're this, make sure, because you're, you know, you've got your own pathway. And it is a difficult thing. I mean, I feel very blessed that, you know, my husband in his, before all of this, he had to be completely secure with all that was me. How I thought, how I moved, how I, you know, and it's a rare thing.
My mom, that's how my mom was. Like, my mom was very like, she taught me how to cut grass if I needed to, if I need to change like a tire, like she made me so independent. Like, if I'm coming in a relationship, sir, I don't need you. You're just a plus to me. And I kind of, when I tell my brother, I'm like, you want a woman that is also ambitious, because you don't want to be with somebody that's not driven, that is not going to push you to be better. Because when you're slacking, you need somebody to tap you on the butt. Like, hey, you got to get up and come on.
I say a relationship is like a basketball team. It is. It's like everybody's got to be able to shoot, dribble, score, and defend everybody. It's like you wouldn't pick your team and be like, I only dribble. And it's like, you know, because you never know what life is going to have before you. You know, it's like you want a partner that is bringing what you're bringing to the table, because life happens. Somebody could get sick. Somebody could, life be lifing.
Life be lifing.
So you got a lot of men out here who are very intimidated by a woman who has already got her own ambitions, aspirations. She's already worked towards those goals. She may have the education. She may have a full business. And you have a lot of men out here who can't accept that because they want her to take some submissive role to him. For what? Why does she need to be submissive to you? Why can't y'all build together? Why can't she be independent and come together with another person just as that person wants to be independent? We still maintain a level of independence even when we're married. My wife and I don't have all of the same interests. Some interests we have that are common. Sometimes I go and attend something that she's interested in that I'm not as much interested in, and then I may start to gain an appreciation or interest for it. You know, we just have to understand that there's a whole generation of women who were raised, taught that they had to be independent because, number one, they had to fight for their own independence. They had to fight for their right to vote. Remember, women just got the right to vote shortly before some of us were born. All of these things are new. So when they got the right to vote, that didn't automatically flip a switch and say everybody now respects women and their right to vote. No, you still have people fighting against that for years and years and years and to this day, right? These things evolve over time. So we had a whole generation through the 80s and 90s and 2000s of women who were told that they had to be independent, that because they saw what men were becoming when you got motherfuckers dressing like this. You know, they saw what men were becoming, so they were taught that they had to have their own stuff. They had to be able to independently be able to take care of themselves and do all of the different things necessary. They're not liberal concepts. They're concepts of life. They're life concepts. You got to stop putting a title on it because Big Mama was independent. Big Mama took care of everything. If you want to call it liberal, conservative, and all of that, that's putting politics in it. These aren't political conversations. These are actual real life. If you are intimidated by a woman that's independent, then that's a self issue. That's something that you need to look inside of yourself about. If you want to put a title on a woman that's independent, having her own stuff and being able to independently coexist with a man, that's something that you need to look inside of yourself about.
It's from a man, but I'm going to say it anyways. There is a silent exhaustion among women today that nobody really wants to talk about. We have raised an entire generation of women to be fiercely independent, to build their own empires, to make their own money, and never, ever, ever have to rely on a man for anything. And that's beautiful in a lot of ways, and it's necessary progress in a lot of ways, but here's the nuance that gets lost in the empowerment culture. You can be a boss in the boardroom, you can pay all your own bills, and you can still deeply crave a space where you don't have to be the strong one. I talk to so many incredible women who are just tired. They don't want a man to save them. They want a man who's grounded enough and safe enough that they can finally take the armor off. And somewhere in all of this, we created a culture where some women get praised for never needing anyone, while other women get judged for wanting to be held, for wanting a man they can actually rest with. And that's where things get distorted because we've turned natural longing into something women feel like they have to defend. We're stuck in this gender war that keeps pushing men and women away from each other when I really believe that we're meant to be in communion, to coexist, to complement each other, not to compete with each other for who needs who less. True independence isn't about not needing anyone. It's having the freedom to choose who feels safe enough for you to lay your armor down with. And there's nothing weak about wanting a safe place to rest.
So, Thick Cut, the comment that you made saying you're not intimidated, but you don't want to date you, independent women are masculine, you're sorry. That's the reason why you will continue to experience what you're experiencing, saying that dating in 2026 is tough. Because that's ignorant as hell. That comment, that statement is ignorant as hell. There are plenty of independent women out there who are just as feminine as could be. They run businesses. So that statement right there is the reason why you will remain having a tough time with women that you're dealing with in 2026. Because that's an ignorant ass statement to say that independent women are masculine. That's just ignorant as hell. Whether it, to generalize it or anyway say that and think that, have that be a thought is ignorance. So, I mean, again, you get what you put out. You experience what you experience for a reason. Running a business and then has them competing with men and it takes away from their softness. Again, that's ignorance. You want women to be in a place beneath you. And that's why you won't get a woman. Because you want them to be beneath you. You think they have a place that they have to be in that means they're beneath a man. Just because a woman runs a business doesn't mean she's competing with any man. She might be competing with herself. She might be competing with other women. What does a man have business selling women's underwear for? The women who are in the business, Rihanna in the business of selling women's underwear, what man is she competing with? The man on the board at Victoria's Secret? What are you talking about? That's ignorant as fuck. What didn't you say? I'm reading your comments. Right, and running businesses has them competing with men, and it takes away their softness. That's your comment. So what did you not say that I am saying? Help me understand how the comments that you're making are not ignorant. I mean, it's just a question. A woman running a business doesn't make her masculine. That doesn't make any sense. Selah, salute to you, Grand Rising. Grand Rising to you. Yeah, I don't understand those comments. Those comments are very ignorant. They just show and exude ignorance. When ignorance is just a lack of knowledge, lack of experience, I understand that. So when I say it's ignorant, that's not taking a shot. That just means it's a lack of knowledge and experience on a subject. There's plenty of subjects that I'm ignorant about. I don't know how to run HVAC duct. That's something that Ears knows how to do. I don't know how to do electrical work. That's Roll Rich's, forte. But those are very ignorant statements being placed on women to say that they're masculine for running businesses and all of that. Nah, that's ignorance. I can't put it any nicer. But also understanding that with all of that also comes a place where a man does want to be appreciated for a relationship of a man and a woman to coexist, right?
A man who goes to work to provide for his family is sacrificing nothing because he would still have to work even if he didn't have a family. That is insane. And this got over 50,000 likes. And this obviously sounds clean to a lot of people, but it's shallow because it reduces providing down to the existence of work. Instead of looking at how a man's life changes once people start depending on him. A man without a family, he works, but he doesn't work the same way. He can take risks, he could be inconsistent, he can prioritize lifestyle over stability, he can quit when he feels like it. But a man with a family, he loses that freedom. Now, every decision he makes, it runs through a different filter. It's no longer what do I want, but what happens to them if I don't? And that's the sacrifice. The sacrifice isn't clocking in, it's taking a job that you don't want because it pays more. It's showing up when you're tired, sick, or mentally off. It's passing up opportunities that's exciting but unstable. It's carrying pressure that doesn't turn off. A single man, he can afford to fail loudly. A man with a family, he has to fail quietly while recovering quickly and keep everything afloat. But the real issue isn't even what she said, it's what this mindset reveals. Because if someone can look at consistent effort and call it nothing, they've removed the ability to value anything. That's not a relationship you build, that's one that you get slowly drained in. Because now everything becomes, that's the bare minimum. You're supposed to do that. That doesn't deserve appreciation. So no matter how much you give, it keeps getting reframed as nothing. And most men, they don't realize this early. They think, I just need to do more. But no, you don't. You're dealing with someone whose lens is broken. And this is why men have to avoid women like this at all costs. Because appreciation isn't just being nice. It's a lens. Some people see effort and they recognize the weight behind it, while others reduce everything down to, you would have done that anyway. And if that's how someone thinks, you can give them the world and they'll still feel like they're missing something. That's why one of the most important traits in a woman isn't just beauty. It isn't just support. It's appreciation. Because appreciation multiplies a man. A man who feels seen will go further than what's required. He will literally go to the end of the world for a woman. Not because he has to, but because he wants to. And the thing is, you can't consistently minimize what a man does and still claim you respect him. Because that's not respect, that's quiet contempt. So the takeaway isn't emotional, it's strategic. And this is why you have to pay attention to how someone interprets effort. Because if they can't recognize sacrifice, they will never value it. If they never value it, you will spend your life overextended for someone who thinks you're doing nothing.
Shout out to Tanya G in the building. Grand Rising, blessings to you. Happy Mother's Day. Uncle L, OG, you said Iceberg. It may seem ignorant, but there are, I think you're saying, so many instances. It's not so much a woman is masculine, but a woman is not as intimate. Uncle L, that's another statement of ignorance. There are hundreds of women across the country right now who are totally submissive to their husbands. They're stay-at-home moms. That's all they do. And they still not being intimate. What the hell does a woman being a business person, a leader, more independent and able to take care of herself have to do with her intimacy? One has nothing to do with the other. They're not connected. Again, that's ignorance. That's a statement of ignorance to say that women who are independent are not as intimate. That may be your experience with an independent woman, but that doesn't fly across the board. She may just not have wanted to be intimate with you. But that's not a trait applied to independent women, that they are not wanting to be as intimate, and intimacy is lost in some way, shape, or form. That there's no fact in that statement at all. You didn't say all that. Well, maybe I don't understand what the hell you're saying, because you says it may seem ignorant, but there are such, I think you're saying so many instances. It's not so much a woman is masculine, but a woman is not as intimate. How am I supposed to interpret that when we were talking about independent women and you're saying they're not as intimate? Where does that apply as a rule of independent women? That's what I don't understand in the statement. I'm just trying to understand. I'm just trying to understand. I understand it's not all women, but that's not even a trait that applies to women, period. It may have been to that one woman or those two women. And again, their lack of intimacy may have been something about you. It may not have been about them being an independent businesswoman. It may have been they didn't want to be intimate with you. What the hell does that have to do with her being an independent businesswoman? That's what I don't understand about the comment. It doesn't apply to what we're talking about. We're talking about independent women and their ability to be independent and still have a relationship with a person. And what does that have to do with intimacy? A businesswoman having to do with intimacy is one and two don't go together. That's why I'm saying it's a statement of ignorance, because it was applied to this conversation and it doesn't apply. It may apply to one woman here or one woman there in a situation that you experienced, but it's not an application towards independent women. And that's the way that it's being stated in this conversation. We don't get to play semantics and say, I didn't mean all in these things, because we know nothing applies across the board. But we're talking about independent women, their ability to maintain their independence and still have a relationship with somebody. See, we got too many people out here who are placing these things out there in the aura and wondering why they're getting the results that they're getting. If that's the way that you're approaching independent women, is that they are going to be less intimate because they're so focused on their business and stuff that they ain't got time for sex, that's a you problem. That's a you problem. Shout out to Letitia's Third Eye POV on that membership. Appreciate you. What's my definition of intimacy? My definition of intimacy is not important here. You're the one who brought intimacy into the conversation. I'm talking about independent women. You brought intimacy into the conversation, but if we want to look up intimacy, my definition is not important. There is a definition of intimacy. There's a definition of intimacy. My definition, not important. The definition. A close, familiar, affectionate, personal relationship involving deep emotional and physical connection, trust, and vulnerability. It goes beyond physical touch to include sharing innermost thoughts and feelings, often described as letting a partner into me see vulnerability. Key types include emotional, physical, intellectual, and experiential intimacy. My definition is not important. The definition of intimacy is that. What about an independent woman who is focused on building her business means that she can't be any of these things? That's the question when you're bringing intimacy and saying that there is a less intimacy in a business independent woman. That's the definition. Nothing about a woman running a business means she can't be any of these other things as well that are intimacy. So again, that's why I say there's ignorance in that statement. Because that's the definition of intimacy. Fuck my definition of it. That's the definition of it. And nothing about a woman being a businesswoman running her own business and having a level of independence means that she can't be intimate and vulnerable and have a deep emotional connection with a person. Nothing at all. And if it leads to sex, then so be it. Shout out to Letitia, man. Letitia had a great live stream yesterday, educating women on the importance of your breast health. Y'all make sure y'all go over there and check it out if you're not educated on it from a person who is qualified to talk about it. She has a nursing background. So she did a whole live stream educating women on the importance of their breast health. The different things to look for, how to get your checkups, how to check yourself, the different processes of checkups that happen along the way if things are noticed by a pathologist or anybody. She did a great live stream on that subject right in time for Mother's Day. She did a great live stream on this subject. So y'all make sure y'all check out Letitia Third Eye POV. You're going to get educated over there. You're going to get educated. And it's education that's necessary for your own health and for you to spread to the people that you love. Men, you can learn from that as well because you have women in your life that you love that may not be taking care of their health. You may notice your woman's breasts changing in a way that is explained in Letitia's video that would be informative for you to say, hey, babe, I noticed this different. Maybe we need to go see about that. And you can be right there holding her hand while she's going through the process of all of the mammograms and all of that bullshit she got to go through, getting the titty squeezed and everything, biopsies and all that shit. You can be right there with her holding her hand, and you could be the one that actually informed her about it. You could learn how to help her do her breast exams by watching Letitia's video and educating yourself on what healthy breasts look like, what unhealthy breasts look like, the changes of breasts as women age, the changes in the density and the fat tissues and all of that stuff. Again, I'm not going to go into it because I want you to go watch Letitia's video. She's the one that has more knowledge on it from the nursing background than I do. I got educated. I was over there for the education. G Mama Body, you said menopause is another topic that should be talked about. Just putting that out there for the women content creators. Hey, shout out to the women content creators who can be experts on that subject. I'm not an expert on that, obviously. I know a little bit about it because I, study my wife and, the health of her body. But that would be a great topic. And people who have knowledge and information from an educated point of view on that subject and experienced point of view on that subject, should participate in that conversation. I agree. That would be a great topic because there are a lot of women who are premenopausal, perimenopausal, in full menopause, just now experiencing it, wondering what all these changes are, wondering why all of a sudden I'm damn 40 and I'm hot. I used to be cold all the time, now I'm hot. All these different things. It's important to have the conversations. Like I was talking about earlier, and we were talking about with Dick Cut and all that, about the cast iron pans and not using Dawn and not using poisons and chemicals on your plants and stuff like that. This is information that the old elders knew, and it died with them. It didn't get passed down for whatever reason in the conversations, in the schools, in the churches. Distracting one, appreciate you getting that membership. But it's good information that needs to be known by all. And why not use these platforms to spread and have that information? Nick Lee, what's good? Salute. Information is readily accessible and available, and people don't want to have the conversations. People want to allow their own thoughts about it and not allow any new information in. And they'll just stay stuck in whatever they believe. And again, that's what creates ignorance. Staying stuck in what you believe and not actually taking in any new information on the topic.
Logic. I've been guilty of this too. That's why I'm saying it. And I'm not talking down to men. I'm standing right in this with us. Most men aren't broken. We're hiding, and the world lets us. As long as we work hard, as long as we pay our bills, as long as we don't fall apart too publicly, no one asks what's happening inside of us. No one asks if we've dealt with our anger, our grief, our shame, our need for control. We get rewarded to stay functional, not for being honest. So we learn early, if it hurts, push through it. If it confuses us, ignore it. If it scares us, dominate something else. Lift heavier, work longer. And because all of that looks like strength, no one calls it what it actually is, avoidance. The kind that hides behind being busy, logical, or unbothered. We don't avoid our inner world because we're incapable. We avoid it because if we slow down, we'll have to feel things that we spent our whole lives outrunning. And deep down, we know it. The tension that we carry, the edge of our voice, the distance that people feel from us even when we do show up, all that is refusing to look inward. Inner work isn't emotional, it's actually confrontational. I'm sitting here without the armor, without the story that we're fine. It's admitting that discipline without self-awareness turns into control, that silence turns into resentment, that strength without honesty turns into damage. Facing our inner world isn't feminine. It isn't trendy or soft. It's the most masculine thing that we can do because it's the one place that we can't fake dominance. Once we do it, we become harder to manipulate, harder to trigger, harder to control. We stop leaking our unprocessed shit onto women, work, and the world. So if the word healing triggers you, let us use a different one. It's called taking responsibility, and not every man is ready for it.
If the word healing triggers you, then let's use a different word for it. It's called taking responsibility, because you are responsible for your thoughts, your actions, your beliefs. You can't blame it on anybody else. So if you want to continue to live an unhealed life because you're not processing all of the shit that you've been through, the shit that makes you feel the way that you feel about women, you're not processing the experience that you had with that one woman that made you feel that way about all women now. And you can say, nah, I'm not talking about all women, but you have that inner feeling about all women in general because you haven't processed the shit that you had to deal with because you too have feelings. Then maybe you need to change the word to taking responsibility, because your mental health is your responsibility. Shout out to Kiss My Cheeks for being a member for 2 months. Appreciate you. Your mental health is your responsibility. Shout out to Letitia. She says she has more shows planned. And thank you for the patience. Life be lifing. Yay. Life be lifing. This is definitely not even secondary in importance. YouTube is not even secondary in importance. Life definitely comes first. But shout out to you for the information that you are sharing with the good people out here, because you're definitely educating me. I know there's other women who were in that chat yesterday, and maybe men as well, who learned something. And the information is important. The conversations are important. And I salute you for continuing to keep those conversations going, especially because you have the background that gives you credibility on those subjects. Me, if I'm sitting up here talking about breast exams and stuff like that, people gonna ask me, who the hell am I? Where's my credibility? I'm not a doctor. I don't work in that field or anything like that. But you have credibility on the subject, and I appreciate you taking whatever time it is that you take to share that information with the people. You had a great presentation. You had great resources that you were using, and I definitely learned something from it. So I appreciate you. And anytime that you have to give to us, I appreciate it, and definitely have patience, because life do be lifing for sure. And again, this is just the way I am, y'all. So all the brothers that y'all hear me talking to, just because I'm saying their names, is because they're talking and having a conversation in the chat. But this is who I am. This is who I'm going to be. It's who I always am. That's why when y'all see me talking to Anthony and saying stuff in the chat to him, I say stuff the way I say it. I feel the way I feel, but I also associate and surround myself with people who can say the same type of stuff back to me. Straight no chaser. We not worried about feelings or anything like that. They're stating their opinions. I'm stating my opinions about their opinions. What we see as fact may differ, but it's welcome, because iron sharpens iron. We're not getting up in our feelings about the conversation. It makes all of us grow. It expands our knowledge. It expands what we know and, how we move in this world. So shout out to all the brothers who are saying things that are contradictory to what I'm saying, because it makes me have to take a pause and think about what they're saying. And can I, say something that maybe changes the way that they're thinking about what they're saying? I'm not necessarily trying to change their opinion, but if I still disagree with what they're saying, I don't have a problem voicing it and giving whatever context I need to give to support my point of view, right? So again, that's how we all grow. That's how we get educated. And I salute anybody who, can respectfully, like these brothers have been doing, respectfully give their dialogue that's contradictory to what I'm saying, because this ain't no cult. Not trying to have a cult follow me. I'm not trying to lead any of y'all specifically. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, shout out to Via She talks about all types of topics. She said whether regardless if she's well read or experienced on them, is how you gain knowledge. You learn and encourage others to do the same. Absolutely. Absolutely, Via She. And that's why I, try to bring in the resources and stuff when I'm talking on a topic, because I'm not an expert on any of these topics that I'm talking about. I'm learning right along with everybody else. So when it comes to, for example, the topic of breast exams or menopause and stuff like that, I'm more than happy to give my platform to talk about that subject. I'm more than happy to lead the conversation and all of that. If that's a subject that people want to discuss, I just know that I am not an expert on that subject, and I don't have experience necessarily on that subject. So I try not to talk about things that I'm not so much experienced in, as if I'm coming from a place of knowledge. If that's, if you understand what I'm saying by that. But I am always welcoming to any conversation if it's going to expand, my knowledge, my horizons, and all of that stuff. And I'm more than comfortable having those types of conversations. I just know that we have content creators right here in this same group who do have those conversations, and they are coming from a place of experience, knowledge, expertise. So I would rather go listen to them lead the panel talking about that than me being up here leading a panel talking about a subject that I don't have knowledge or experience with, So that's the reason why I choose the topics, and I choose to not necessarily have a full show on certain topics, because Letitia's having the show on the topic of breast exams and what healthy breast looks like. And she did a wonderful job. And she didn't need any of my input to do a wonderful job. You know? So that's why I say that, and why I kind of do the topics that I do and don't do certain topics. But I'm more than comfortable and happy and willing to totally open up my panel to conversations about any of those subjects, even if I'm not knowledgeable on it, because y'all can educate me. Y'all can educate me. Because there's a lot of cycles that we have been enduring as a people. We've been taught things in school, taught things in churches, taught things by family members, elders, all of that. And it puts cycles into you, and to a point that you believe that this is the right way. But then sometimes as an adult, like I was saying earlier, as an adult, you get to choose more so what you believe, who you're being influenced by, and stuff like that, right? So I was given this book in 1989 by my parents. I've gotten other versions of this book since then that have different writings in them. None of them are the quote full and complete, because we know that here in America, we have books like this that have chapters and books removed from it, entire stories removed from, because it's a propaganda. But as a kid in 1989, I was given this book, right? As an adult, I chose to pick up this book and see what it said, and why the people who promote this book so much want me to believe that the things in this book may be wrong or different in some way, shape, or form. Why is that? Right? Why is that? I'm able to educate myself beyond the cycles that were ingrained in me to say that this is the way, the only true knowledge. To understand that there's other knowledge out there, other wisdom out there that can be gained from different people, from different sources, from different religions, if you want to say that. Right? Sometimes you got to break the cycle. And sometimes that even means letting go of some of your family members.
Who breaks the family cycle typically becomes the villain. The moment you stop participating in your family's dysfunction, you suddenly become the villain for some reason. Now you bougie. Now you think you better than everybody else. Now you change. But what they don't tell you is this. Breaking the cycle will make the people who refuse to break it uncomfortable, because your discipline exposes their excuses. Your boundaries will expose their entitlement. I remember one time I was talking to my brother. I was giving him some game, just trying to show him that he could move a little smarter in life. He said, "You still Lil Rod," trying to remind me of who I used to be, trying to pull me back down to the version of me that he was comfortable with. Because when you evolve, some people in your own family feel like you're abandoning the old version of yourself. Then I heard from another sibling that my own mother be calling me bougie because I don't live the way we used to live, because I set boundaries, because I refuse to participate in the chaos and the drama. Here's another thing people don't talk about. Family will always ask you for favors when they feel like you got it. They're gonna ask for money, they're gonna ask to live at your place, they're gonna ask for help. But the moment you tell them no, that's when they're gonna tell you how they really feel about you. That's when the name calling start. That's when the disrespect come out. That's when you find out they never respected your boundaries in the first place. See, breaking toxic family cycles is lonely, because the people who benefit from the cycle are the same people that's gonna get mad when you stop participating in it. They want to access the old version of you. When you're operating outside of that, you can clearly see the toxicity and all the drama that goes on. If you're one of your family that's trying to do better, trying to think better, trying to live different, don't be surprised when they call you bougie. Don't Don't be surprised when they say you change. You're supposed to change. And to be real, sometimes the only way to break a generational cycle is to become a villain in a story that they tell about you.
So the point is, you can't be afraid to become the villain to people who are not pouring into you. Again, who are your influences and who are they educated by? Who are their influences? I've been saying it the whole show. You have mentors, you have influences, you have people in your life who are pouring into you, whether it's from you reading books, whether it's from you following somebody on social media, following a preacher, whatever it is, whoever it is you listen to. Who are those people being influenced by? Who are the people that is pouring into them? Because nobody knows it all. If they can't tell you who the people are that are pouring into them, then you might want to consider why you're listening to that person. Because it shouldn't be a secret. Who are the people that are pouring into them? You can't be afraid to be a villain, and sometimes it's even with your family. Being a villain is not always the bad thing, because what is the opinion of the people who are considering you the villain? Where are they in life? Do you want what they have in life? Or do you want more than what they have? Do you want beyond? Have you already surpassed them in thought? That you can, hey, call me bougie, 421 TV, salute to you. Call me bougie, fine. That's jealousy. You wanting some of the things I have, apparently. Why can't you have that yourself? Oh, because you want me to listen to you instead of you listening to me. So you can get on this bougie level right beside me. No, you want me to stay down there with your scrapes and scraps. But I'm the first one that you asking for something when you need something. Don't work like that. When you're not afraid to be the villain and break that chain, break that toxic cycle. Some people don't have the ability to do it. I understand that. But keep on working on yourself. Keep on growing yourself. Keep educating yourself outside of that family cycle. And then eventually you might get the strength to be able to break that chain. To break the generational curse that is being placed upon you and anybody that you create as offspring or anybody that you're pouring influence into. It's a curse that continues on when you're afraid to break certain cycles. So, again, I'm just being a messenger of some things that I believe. I don't know everything on any subject. I don't claim to. These are just some of the things I believe and some of the things that have helped me get to where I am in life. And yeah, see, she's right. There are some people who prefer to stay there, and that good on them. Stay there. Stay down in that misery. My wife and I were having a conversation yesterday talking about, if you have a person, a family member, whoever, and you see them walking and there's a hole up ahead, right? And you say, hey, be careful, there's a hole up there. And they keep walking and walk right into that hole. What is your response? Do you now run over there and reach down into that hole and take more energy out of you trying to pull them out of that hole that you already warned them about not walking into? Or you keep walking and understand that maybe down in that hole is where they're happy and where they want to be. And whenever they get the strength, intestinal fortitude, education, knowledge, whatever, and to dig themselves out of that hole and start putting forth the effort to dig themselves out of that hole, maybe at that time you'll want to reach back and help them. Or maybe you want to let them endure that, get stronger, and all of the strength that it takes for them to get out of that hole. And then once they get out of that hole and are back up on level land where you are, then maybe y'all can build something together. There's different ways you can handle it. But if you're walking towards a hole, I didn't see the hole there, I let you know the hole is there, you just go walk into the hole anyways, then I'm assuming that's where you want to be. And I'm not expending my energy, resources, and all of that trying to pull you out of that hole, because that's going to make me end up down in that hole with your ass. Now, not only have you burned up all your resources, but we burned up all of my resources. Now both of us in the hole. No, I'm not going to do that. Not at all. Like Kiss My Cheek said, I can't help you until you help yourself. You have to show me that you've helped yourself. And it ain't no just little passing thing. You took one little step. No. You got to get some calluses and get some strength built up from going through some of them struggles that maybe I've already been through. Because that's the hole that I just saw. I've already been through that. I've been past that. I can help you not even have to experience that. But if you don't want to even listen to what I'm saying, you just go walk your ass into that hole anyways, then so be it. You need to learn the hard way, apparently. You know, some little boys back in our day, I don't even think you allowed to damn spank a child today. I don't know. But back in our day, some little boys needed their ass whooped all the time. And then some only needed their ass whooped one time and they learned that lesson because they didn't want that ass whooping again. There's different people. Some people learn the hard way. Some people learn the easy way. Some people don't need to learn that lesson one time and they've learned it for life. Other people go through the same thing over and over again. That's how, you know, you have addicts that relapse. They done went to jail. They done went through rehab. They done went through all these things and then they relapse. So they need to learn that lesson over and over again. They didn't learn it the first time and through all the struggles and what they put their whole family through and all of that. They relapse and go through it all over again. It's up to you whether or not you're going to go through it with them multiple times, though. You choose to go through them with it multiple times, that's on you. That's on you. Don't blame them for you jumping down in that hole with them because they decided to jump in that hole and you decided to jump in there with them for whatever damn reason. Don't blame them. That's on you. You made that decision. Here's one. It's kind of funny one. Again, I'm just gonna play it.
If I see someone I know, it's a guy, and I do a run and jump hug.
A run and jump hug?
A run and jump. I run and I jump and I hug him. Is that cheating?
Yeah, of course. Like, what are you doing? Wrapping your legs around this nigga?
Yeah,
like,
it's
what
a
are you
run
doing?
and jump hug.
Yeah, of course. To me, that's cheating. Is it cheating if I see a girl at the gym and she's crushing her workout and I high five her and tell her that's good shit?
Yes.
What?
Why would?
How's that cheating?
Why are you watching a girl that closely to know she's crushing her workout?
If we're next to each other and she's crushing her
That's not what
workout.
you said. You said I saw a girl at the gym crushing her workout.
Yeah, we can be next to each other. She might be on the squat rack. She might be at.
So that means you've done this?
No, I'm just saying that she can be squatting 315 or something. I'm like, God, no.
Okay.
Oh yeah, good shit.
Okay, then you didn't say that. You said she's crushing her workout.
Yeah.
You've been watching her work out.
You took it to that level.
If you would have said, I watched her bench or squat 315, so I gave her a high five.
Okay. So is it cheating or not?
If you watched her workout and then wanted to go give her a high five and tell her she's crushing her workout, dude, then yes, it's cheating. Okay, say I'm out with girls and you're not around and I'm cold, so a guy offers me his jacket and so I wear it. Is that cheating?
Yeah, that's lame though. Like, what do you mean?
Okay.
What? Yeah, you know that's cheating. Like, what are you talking about?
You talk about me.
That doesn't even make sense though. The last two things you said, those are what? Put it this way. If my girl even thought about putting on the jacket, I'm leaving her. If my girl puts on the jacket, I'm leaving her. Like, I don't play no games.
Okay.
So far, I'm with both of them. Yeah, that run and jump hug. What the hell you running and jumping into another man's arms for? That's absolutely cheating, and you ain't got no business wearing no other dude's jacket. Hell no. And her, you know, she's talking about him being focused on the woman and her workout as opposed to you just walk by. You know, if you just walk by, if you were in the gym, you ain't even noticed that woman, you happen to be walking by the squat rack and you see she got 315 on there and she killing that shit and you say, damn, you know, whatever. That's one thing and passing. But if you watching her work out, you know, watch her go from this machine to that machine and all that, little different, right? You know, so.
Strictly leaving.
Next question.
Is it cheating if I pay for coffee and I tell the cashier to take care of the next three people and they happen to be all girls?
No, that's not cheating. Is it cheating?
All right, so
yeah,
shit. She was reasonable on that. I'm sorry, I skipped in the video. She was reasonable on that. You know, him paying for the next 3 people in line, they just happen to be all women. But he paid, you know, that's not cheating, because whether he knew they were all women or not, the way that he explained it, that's like, right, like John Show said, that's paying it forward. Team Easy, I see you.
On the jacket, I'm leaving her. Like, I don't play no games.
Okay.
Strictly leaving.
Next question.
Is it cheating if I pay for coffee and I tell the cashier to take care of the next 3 people and they happen to be all girls?
No, that's not cheating. Is it cheating if I'm at the gas station and another guy offers to pump my gas?
Yeah, let that dude pump your gas and get in the car.
Okay, so if I let him pump my gas.
Yeah, tell him put the hook on and everything. You drive right off. You don't even got to say thank you or nothing. Boop.
Okay, so a guy can pump my gas.
Yeah, all day long. Tell him to pump that gas.
Okay.
Is it?
So she asked about pumping gas. Celebrity Suge gonna build a piece of happiness. Salute to you, Suge. So she asked, is it cheating if, you know, another guy pumps her gas? He goes, oh, let that motherfucker pump the gas. You can stay in the car. You ain't got to say thank you or nothing. Just drive the fuck off. Once he hook that shit up, just drive the fuck off. Let him pump your gas.
Cheating if I open the door for a girl just to get a glance at them cheeks.
Well, that's stupid. Yes.
What do you mean that's stupid?
You just said. What do you mean?
Well, open the door for
open the door for a girl to see her cheeks.
Because you might see one walk in, he'd be like, ah.
So that's why you want to open the door for women.
Whoa. No. You're so.
Yeah, you set yourself up on that one, bro. Talking about you want to open the door just so you can see them cheeks. Yeah, you set yourself up for that one. You can't open the door just to be looking at some cheeks, man. Come on now, brother. That you set yourself up for that one. Absolutely, you set yourself up for that one. Yeah, happy Mother's Day, man. Shout out to all the mamas out there. Like I said, I don't care if you a mama by giving birth, if you a stepmama, if you a baby mama, if you a auntie that act like a mama and a nurturer, if you a friend that ain't ever had no kids, but you always taking care of your other friends' kids. Shout out to all of y'all, man. Yeah. Shout out to all the mamas. The mamas, the baby mamas, all y'all mamas. Shout out to all y'all. Letitia, and you're probably more accurate. That's disrespectful, not necessarily cheating, to be opening the door to look at the woman's cheeks. That's disrespectful. It ain't cheating because you ain't even doing nothing with her. You may not have even spoken to her, but it's definitely disrespectful to your lady. So that is very accurate, Letitia. That's very accurate. That's more disrespectful than quote unquote cheating. Yeah. For sure. Shout out to the mamas that are making sure that there are consequences whenever their son or daughter, their child, is acting a fool. There's got to be consequences. Shout out to these types of mamas.
Now pick it up and do it again. Wait a minute. Hold on. Let me move this for you, baby, so you know it's real. I want you to raise it up on your tiptoes and slam that bitch as hard as you can like you did my motherfucking cat. Pick it up and do that shit again.
All right, so if that was me, my mom would have beat the shit out of me. Really, really bad. Like, she would have hurt me. Probably worse than she's hurt me before. My mom hurt me really bad growing up. Beaten and shit. But as traumatic as this may be, like, we know the connection with kids and video games. Like, damn, mommy made you break your PlayStation 5, bruh? Like, but then dig deeper. Why or what made that young boy do that to that cat? That's the question. Why would a young boy pick up another living being at that young age, another living thing, and slam it on the ground repeatedly? what has happened to him, what was possibly done to him, or what has he seen in close proximity of his living environment that would convince him that that's appropriate or normal? That's the question. The consequences, that's a given. Why would you slam a cat like that? The only thing I can think of, maybe, in the kid's defense, maybe, is that he had a bad experience with the cat. Maybe he tried to tell mom about the cat, and the mom overrode the decision, no, and it led to something. I don't know. But to repeatedly slam a cat, just saying.
Psychopath.
Yeah, it's that normal behavior. All right? So I hope whatever is going on with that young man, he gets help and he get another video game or something later down the line, or get help. You know? So y'all take it easy.
And the most important part of that is, what has that young man seen that would make him think in any damn world that it's okay for him to pick up a cat, any kind of living animal, and slam it on the ground the way that he slammed that PlayStation? Like, what reason in the world would he think that that's appropriate to do? You know, shout out to her for the stern mama and all that, but hopefully she also follows that up with getting him whatever damn mental counseling he needs to think that in any world it's okay for him to slam a cat or any living animal, species, being on the ground like that. And not understand the consequences of what happens if you were to pick up and slam a living being and creature on the ground like that. Shout out to Larry Wade III in the building. I see you. Salute. Call me Brown Bus Life in the building. I see you. Letitia, you said, have I heard about the concerns of animal cruelty? Yeah. A lot of young boys who think that the animal cruelty that they are committing at the young age go on to do heinous acts to human beings as adults. A lot of time it starts with them experimenting with cats and little animals around the house or, you know, around the neighborhood. And then they go on to bigger and better things like human beings, because it gives them a lack of sensitivity for life just in general. So again, hopefully the boy gets whatever mental help that he needs, because it's just, that's not okay in any world to think that slamming a cat on the ground is something that could be tolerated. You know, it's just not something that can be tolerated. And again, if without the help that you need, that typically likes to transition to them going bigger, let's say. You know, it only becomes so long before they don't value human life. You know, we've heard about a lot of the killers, the serial killers, you know, just the heinous murderers and stuff like that. And then they start looking back in their childhood. Oh, yeah, he did used to do this with the cat or the squirrel or the bird or whatever, you know. Yeah, hear all of that stuff at that point, you know. But that's because at that point, that child didn't get the mental health and attention that they needed. So it just continued to progress on because they didn't know how to process what they were dealing with and how to properly handle those situations. So if the boy was frustrated with the cat, there's a proper way to handle that. But picking it up and slamming it on the ground shouldn't even be a consideration or an option. Taran, salute. I see you. 40 to splatter, salute. So, I mean, again, it's all about what you're getting poured into you. Who are the resources that are pouring into you? And what resources do they have pouring into them? You said kitten scratched your little bro and he had them in the ice cold freezer, but could be as simple as a cat scratched a kid. Sometimes they like to F pets up, not gonna lie, but it's not okay. That's the problem. The cat scratches you, that's what cats do. Cats have claws to protect themselves and they scratch things. That's why cats have scratching posts and stuff like that. The cat scratched the kid. There's a proper way to handle that. Picking the cat up and slamming it on the ground is never the option to handle that. There's a whole bunch of humane ways to handle that to stop the cat from scratching you. Picking it up and slamming it on the ground, putting it in the freezer, doing any of that stuff is abuse. And it needs to be mentally dealt with because it typically spirals into other things. They just keep going bigger, keep experimenting on seeing what they can get away with. In essence of Mother's Day, again, we got moms out there of all different types. And we, gave the description of what a mother is. It's a nurturer, right? It's not necessarily having to give birth to any child or anything like that, but a nurturer. But we also have moms of all different types. I ain't gonna say but. We have moms of all different types, And there's some things that we have different generations. We talked about the stuff with the clothes earlier, like this generation wearing stuff like that type of stuff, right? We have different generations of moms as well. So we're going to take a look at a video, and this is just a different generation of mom. And this mom's lack of understanding of not only what she is showing her son, but also what her son has to deal with in life as he is approaching a certain age and she is walking outside looking like such.
Mom, why your cheek hanging out? What? Don't stop that, please. Look at yourself. It's hanging out. Like your thing way up there. Okay, well, your dad approved of it. Yeah, but okay, I'll pull them down and I'm going out with your dad. Okay, so just chill, please. On me, give me grace today. Can I get some grace today? Oh, that one down. All right, give me grace. Put that one down. Oh, okay. You need to go put on some pants. All right, thank you.
In defense of that young man, I can understand what he's saying. We grew up in an era where we took a picture at a party, we took a picture at a show, we took a picture at the club. We had to get that picture developed, or we had to get the Polaroid picture. You had to wave the picture for it to develop, and you passed that picture around and maybe somebody saw it, somebody didn't. Now we're living in a digital era. Some of his friends can be online on social media and see his mom. Who wants to let your friends see your mom like that? Not saying that she's wrong. Obviously, she's going out with her husband. She's going out with, her friends. She's a grown woman. But that child is at an age where he understands that I don't want my mom out there like that. I don't want my mom, out there with her cheeks out, and I got my friends that can see that possibly, and I got to hear that. That can start a fight. That can start a whole lot of arguing. That can start a whole lot of, that ain't my friend no more because he's looking at my mom in a certain way. And look, man, as a young man growing up, them hormones are racing and, you're looking at women in a different light because you're excited. You don't want nobody looking at your mom like that you hang out with. So I get it. But hell, I could be wrong. You tell me.
So, y'all let me know what y'all think about that. John Show, you said if Pop's cool with it, I mean, you may be trolling, you may be joking, but let's put it in your situation now, John Show. Your mom is dressed like that. I'm your homie. We the same age. We in middle school or high school together, right? We in high school, our hormones are raging, and I see your mom out. I just happen to be out the same place, or she posted a picture on social media and I see the picture, and I'm your little homie from high school. We both 14, 15 years old. And I see that, I'm like, damn, your mama got a fat ass. Ooh, her cheeks was all out. Ooh, she was looking good. What I would do with that. Ooh, you know, and this is the conversation that I'm having to you in your face about your mama because I just saw her all over social media looking like that. You okay with it still? Just because Pops is cool with it? Are you still okay with it just because Pops is cool with it? If your mama's out like that and I'm a little 14, 15-year-old boy and you 14, 15 and we in high school, all right, so you cool. People used to always say your mama's fine and you cool with it. All right, fine. But not everybody's going to be cool with that. Not all young boys want to deal with that. You go into school and now the whole school talking about how they saw your mom's cheeks all over the place. Not all boys are cool with that, you know? So, again, just, it's different. Right, Stifler's mom on American Pie. Right, Uncle L. Pops, we expect Pops to be all right, you know? It's his lady, it's his wife. I'm not saying she is necessarily wrong for being dressed like that. She can dress however she wants to dress. But also understanding that there's going to be consequences to you being dressed like that, and you may not be the only one who has to deal with those consequences. You may have a young son who has to deal with those consequences. Simple as that. You know? So, John Show, you cut a little different when it comes to that. Shout out to you. You cut a little different when it comes to that. But not everybody is that way. Not everybody can mentally deal with that. If they got the whole school coming at them, because again, John Shaw, I know you're a little younger, but I grew up in this generation. We had an episode of the Cosby Show where Rudy, Keisha Knight, Pulliam was getting a little older and she wanted to go out and her shorts were shorter than her mom and dad wanted them to be. And she won't showing no cheeks or nothing, but them shorts were shorter than they were accepting of her going out in public wearing. And they were telling her to pull them down. And she tried to halfway pull them down. And it's like, don't make me come over there and pull them down. If I have to come pull them down, you ain't gonna be happy. Because again, this was the type of image that we grew up with as a mama, you know? So we've seen many episodes on that very subject when we were growing up, but now it's, I guess, just supposed to be accepted as okay in the norm for your mama to go out with her cheeks hanging out and everybody to be able to immediately see it. And once the one little kid get it, he gonna post it and share it to the next little kid. And next thing you know, the whole school to see your mama's cheeks. And everybody can't handle that. Every little boy is not mentally capable of handling that where he's not going to get into fights. And now he going to get in trouble because he's getting in fights in school because all the boys are coming up to him telling him what his mama's cheeks look like. And she may or may not want to take any responsibility for that. But again, people cut from different places, man. People come from different backgrounds. People accept different things. It is what it is. So we're gonna transition a little bit. Like I said, I gotta get with some of the homies to make some transition music and some visuals and stuff like that as we transitioning towards the back end, wrapping up the show, but we still got a little ways to go. And again, I found some more memes and some more statements that I see as fact. Via she, which one you say? Blessings. He will know when he reaches adulthood the type of woman he wants, which goes to show that how a man's mother does not dictate a type of woman he seeks. Right. Because it's all about how he interprets what he's seeing, you know? So that young man saw his mother in that way, and he saw it as a negative, an issue, a problem for him. John Show apparently could see his mother in that way and it not be an issue at all. For him. So it changes the way that a person thinks about the woman that they may seek whenever they get to the point of seeking a woman, a wife. Send you some ideas, 421. All right. I don't really have any ideas, but I just need to, just some transition music that when I'm transitioning kind of between subjects, because I like to, break my show up and have different portions of it, and just something that'll give a little, 1 minute or whatever transition of, just music and just simple graphics, just to entertain the people and show that we're transitioning from one subject to another. That's all. Nothing real elaborate or, anything like that. That's all I'm looking for. It's just something to just show, a couple different things, couple different transitions as we transition from one topic to another, because we spent a good part of time talking about some real life stuff. Play yours, Lovelace. Yeah, let's play Lovelace transition.
Oh, hell is hot. Ain't no water there. Hell is hot. Ain't no water there. No ice, no tea, no lemonade, no Coke, no Sprite, no Gatorade. Hell is hot.
Yeah, so just something, a little something to fill the space as we transition. Because again, I like to break the show into kind of segments. So, as we transition into our, final segment, I found some more statements, quotes that I think are going to help explain what I'm trying to get ready to talk about, right? Again, I'm not the expert on these things, so I bring in other people's quotes and opinions and stuff like that to help assist me with what it is I'm trying to say, right? So, found this one, and it talks about narcissists. There's a few of them we're going to get ready to show that talk about narcissists. And these are, again, just some of the principles that I like to try to live by when it comes to dealing with people. I don't expect all narcissists are the same, and I don't expect all people to necessarily agree with or live by these statements. These are just some of the things that I try to live by. Never defend yourself to a narcissist. Whether they know you're right or not, they want to watch you go crazy trying to prove it. Because we deal with narcissists in this sector. We deal with a lot of narcissists. And one of the things that I've observed from some of them is they do that exact thing. You could be absolutely right, but they will find a way to try to make you wrong just so you try to prove back to them that you're right. Or you could just not waste your time trying to defend yourself to them. You could just not waste your time. You can understand you're dealing with a narcissist and move on. Another one. When a narcissist says, no one else has a problem with me, what they really mean is, I've trained everyone else to stay quiet. They say, hey, nobody else has a problem with me. You the only one that got a problem. No, that just means everybody else is trained to stay quiet around you for whether it's fear, wanting to belong, having a cult mindset, not able to think for themselves, whatever it is. They've just been trained to stay quiet and not point out your bullshit. I showed the one earlier talking about the Taurus who, we're going to point out your bullshit. We're not just going to stay quiet and let you just say whatever. No, we're going to call it out. And narcissists have trained the people who surround them to just stay quiet. Treat them, put them on the pedestal. Treat me like I'm better than, I know more than, I'm higher than. But I, again, continue to ask you, who is it that is talking to that narcissist? This person that you're following blindly and letting them be the narcissist, who is it that's pouring into them? Who are they getting their information and knowledge from? Because they can't know everything on every subject. If they act like they do and they want to act like the people who are pouring into them are secret, then you might want to question why you're taking advice and information from that person. A narcissist wants to convince you that your reactions to their actions are the problem, when without their actions, there will be no reactions. All of a sudden, because you react to something that the narcissist does, now you're the problem. And the actions that you're taking are the problem. Not the thing that they did initially that caused you to have a reaction. No. Your reaction is the only problem here, not none of the actions that they did. There's no problems in any of the actions that they did. It's just your reaction that's the problem. And they'll convince everybody who wants to blindly listen to and follow them that your reaction is the problem, not the initial action that they took that caused you to have the reaction. A narcissist plays happy family or loyal best friend, but only with people who cater to them. If you speak up, then you're out. We've seen this multiple times on YouTube and probably in other facets of life. They play happy family, play like they're cool and all of that, but as soon as you speak up and say something that contradicts them, oh, now you're out of the crew, you're out of the cult. You can no longer be around because you dare to contradict something that is said by that narcissist. Don't you dare contradict the narcissist. There's a common thing. I see a lot of people getting older, but they're not growing up. They're still stuck in their childhood ways. They're not getting smarter. They're not doing anything. They're not picking up any of these books. I showed y'all the books, you know. You're not picking up any of these books. That's the key to riches, what to say when you talk to yourself, think and grow rich. I'm not picking up any of that. You know, for all of y'all out there who are looking for a short book to read that might get you started on your journey of educating yourself, here's a short one. Og Mandino, The Greatest Miracle in the World. It's a short book. It's an easy read. It's how many pages? Yeah, they ain't even got the pages numbered. Here they do. All right. It's like 108 pages. Short book. Easy read. Start educating yourself. Don't just take the words of that narcissist that you're calling around and not questioning where they're getting their information. If they can't show you where they're getting their information, can't tell you where they're getting their information, then you might want to question why you're taking information from them. Tell them to show you the books they're reading. Tell them to tell you some of the names of some of the people who are pouring into them and are mentoring them. If they don't have mentors, then you damn sure shouldn't be listening to them. These are just my opinions, though. I don't know everything. Ronald Jones, I see you. We're dealing with we deal with narcissists on YouTube. We also deal with narcissists in just life. You know, those of us who are Americans, for example, you know, we're dealing with some narcissists out there. Because the people who promised to fix everything on day one are still blaming Joe Biden on day 467 or whatever day it is now. We're beyond 467. But they're still blaming Joe Biden. But they promised to fix everything on day one. And people are just, oh yeah, okay, going along with it. I'm not telling you who to vote for. I'm not telling you what to do politically. But they made promises to you. A certain narcissist made promises to you to fix everything on day one. And here we are, more than a year into their second term, and they're still blaming Joe Biden for stuff. They blamed Obama the first 4 years. Now they're blaming Biden for everything. But they promised to fix everything on day one. So why are we approaching day 500 and shit just seems worse? Gas prices are through the damn roof. There's a fake war going on. All types of stuff. Well, I mean, it just seems like some things from 1964 aren't changing. 1964, they were walking MLK out with cops for speaking his mind. Now they walking out Congressman Pearson, Representative Pearson, for speaking his mind in Tennessee, as they continue to strip away the rights of people of color. They're using the law enforcement to walk these people out for free speech. What's supposed to be free speech. But it's only free for certain people, apparently. I mean, this so-called war that's going on, they listen to this narcissist all the time. Say, make all these empty threats. Iran has 24 hours to surrender. Full surrender. 24 hours, full surrender. Oh, never mind. We'll give them another 2 weeks now. Oh, they called your bluff? Is that what happened? Did they call your bluff? They got 24 hours or else we're going to do this and this and this. Next thing you know, they got 2 weeks. Next thing you know, they got 24 hours again. Next thing you know, they got another 2 weeks. Pay attention. Pay attention. More distractions. The wildest thing about gas prices going from $2.84 to $4.47 in just 2 months is that Donald Trump is mentioned over 38,000 times in the Epstein files. All a distraction. So you can continue to be a part of the cult and follow the narcissist. There was somebody in here earlier who asked me what I thought about the Epstein files. Well, here should kind of lead you to guiding or lead you to what I think about the Epstein files. These gas prices, this bullshit fake war. And when I say fake war, I'm not saying that we don't have troops over there. I'm not saying that we don't have troops that are in danger and losing their lives and all of that. What I'm saying is this ain't no fucking war. This is the same fucking conflict that's been going on for all of these years in the same damn place about the same shit. And it's all the distraction stirred up by the narcissists. And people are willing to believe it and go with it and support it. Congress is the one that has the power to declare war. They have not done anything of the sort. They ain't even taken up no acts to consider declaring war. But this narcissist wants to be seen as this big, mighty, powerful leader who led this war to take down such and such and such and such. All to distract you from the fact that he's a damn pedophile. Did you know that Jim Jones, the leader of the Jonestown massacre, staged multiple attempts on his life to strengthen his cult's loyalty and belief in him? We saw at the fucking White House, of all places, one of the most secure damn places in all of America. You're telling me that at the White House, somebody got through security to attempt to assassinate the narcissist? That's what you're telling me. At the White House. You're telling me that at the campaign rally or whatever, he supposedly got his ear shot. But all of a sudden, there ain't shit wrong with his ear. His ear looks normal. There ain't no damage to anything to do with his ear. But he supposedly got shot in the ear. How many of these attempts has he actually had on his damn life? It's all staged bullshit. And the narcissist knows there's a bunch of people willing to believe him. It's all a bunch of staged bullshit. So you believe what you want to believe. But again, You should be yourself questioning, who are the people that are pouring into these people that you're listening to? Who are they? So mention Jim Jones, right? And the thumbnail. So the thumbnail. What does the thumbnail show? We see the giraffe behind his pulpit spewing his message. On one side, you got the gorilla. Another side, you got a mole rat and a parrot. You got people in the audience who like to participate in all this cult-like behavior. All this cult-like behavior. Yeah, shout out to my thumbnail maker. People participating in all this cult-like behavior. Well, let's discuss cults. I just showed the thing talking about the staged attempts on life, right? So you can look it up yourself, do your own research. Yes, Jim Jones frequently staged fake assassination attempts on his life to foster a paranoid us versus the world mentality, manipulate followers into unwavering loyalty, and justify tighter security measures. So you stage these fake assassination attempts on your life to manipulate your followers to have more loyalty towards you. Because now they think that you're some real being that needs to be protected at all costs because you got some message that, can't be spoken by somebody else or something. Putting themselves on a pedestal. So some of the fabricated attacks would range from phony gunfire during speeches. Where have we heard that? To claiming his enemies were attacking him. It's a manipulation tactic and it isolates your followers from the rest of society. We're seeing it all over again. Those of us who grew up in the 80s may have heard about some of these things. So let's really quickly take a look at some of the famous cults over time, right? Hold up. So we're going to take a look at some of the famous cults over time, right? Just real quick, brief overview. Right? Some of the famous cults over time, characterized by charismatic leaders and totalistic control. Got a narcissist in the White House who is a charismatic leader. All that means is you got a bunch of people willing to follow the words that you say. In total control, trying to take total control, trying to control military and war, things that are not within his control. Trying to control all of the different things of government that have not been in government control. They've caused significant harm, including mass suicides and murders. Key examples include the Jonestown People's Temple, that's your Jim Jones, the Manson family, Heaven's Gate, and the Branch Davidian. These groups often leverage doomsday prophecies, extreme manipulation, and isolation to maintain control over members. Doomsday. If you don't follow what I do and say, then everything's going to come to an end as we know it because I said so. Right? So again, the Jonestown Jim Jones stuff, 1978, that's just before I was born. So I heard about it, but obviously wasn't alive for it. But what did he convince these people to do? Over 900 people died by drinking cyanide-laced Flavor Aid. These motherfuckers drinking Kool-Aid with cyanide in it, killing themselves all because he said so. 900 people following this motherfucker, and all because he said so, they drank Kool-Aid with cyanide in it to kill themselves. Flavor Aid. The Manson family, they was a little different. They committed murders, following Charles Manson and, that stuff. Heaven's Gate, they were from the 90s. They were looking at UFOs and stuff like that. 39 members committed mass suicide in California, believing their souls would ascend to a spaceship following a comet. Mind manipulation. The Branch Davidians, we're going to get a little more into them because this happened during my lifetime. And this was in 1993 when the whole thing went down with David Koresh. A 51-day standoff in Waco, Texas with federal agents. We as children watched this on TV. 51 days, they would come on TV and on the news, they would update us on what's happening with this standoff with the Branch Davidians. And there's multiple other cults. You can do your own research. But let's look more into the Branch Davidians, right? Because again, those of us who grew up in the 80s and 90s, you know, if you were old enough in 93 to understand what was going on, I was in high school in 93. So I'm obviously old enough to understand what's going on at the time. The Branch Davidians, it was a religious group that actually originated in 1955. They are a splinter faction of the Seventh-day Adventists. So you know Seventh-day Adventists, you see them today. This was a branch of that, where one person got so popular, he was able to manipulate people enough to come over here and believe my stuff different from that, which I have no problem with people wanting to challenge what a religion is telling them. But it gained notoriety under Leader David Koresh. So it went through multiple leaders over time, right? And then it's the same as any group believing Democrats and Republicans, not just black people, the Black Gen X. It ain't just about black people because most of these cults are white people. So it's about any group believing in Democrats, Republicans, or believing in anybody specific just based off of some title that they put on themselves. But yeah, so the Branch Davidians, they were in Waco, Texas, or, you know, yeah, right out of Waco, Texas. And they believed in imminent apocalypse and divine interpretation of prophecy. So they believed that an apocalypse was coming and that they were going to ascend to heaven to be beside their creator and all of that stuff, following what these people, David Koresh and other people, told them. But at the same time, they also believed in things like, let's see here. Reports indicated extreme disciplines such as physical beatings of members and children, severe food and sleep deprivation, and isolation from the outside world. They also believed in things like, whenever I'm the leader, I should be able to sleep with your wife. Polygamy, or, you know, you got to give things over to me because I am the way to these things. These are all things that people allow themselves to believe based off of the words, preachings, prophecies, whatever you want to call it, of one person. Exactly, Kiss My Cheeks. You should never follow a man. You need to educate yourself. You need to educate yourself. So there ended up being a raid on the compound. It killed over 70 people inside the compound. A lot of them were trapped because of fire, because of the way that they did the raid back then. You know, it burned things and stuff like that. They still, to an extent, exist, but, you know, in a smaller way. And again, these are people who subject themselves to this. To a person telling you that you not only have to follow their teachings and their preachings and do what they say, you got to give your wife over to them. You got to allow them to sleep with your wife and all these different types of things. That's mind manipulation at its finest. And again, we see it with the narcissists in the White House. We see it with some narcissists here on YouTube. There's a whole bunch of narcissists out there in the world that are using mind manipulation to steer people to follow them in a cult-like way. Standing on their pulpit like they're the end-all be-all and know everything, preaching to their audience and expecting their audience to follow them without question in a cult-like way. And you got plenty of them who do it, who will bow down, compromise their own integrity, their own manhood or womanhood to follow that cult-like leader. A whole bunch of them do it. So part of this, one of the people who you say you're listening, but religion and politics are the same for their own gain. I don't disagree. I don't disagree with that at all. Religion is definitely for its own gain. Politics are for its own gain. I don't disagree with that at all. I don't disagree with that at all. That's why I've said earlier on in this stream multiple times. This was given to me in 1989. I've had multiple different versions since then. I made the choice to pick up and see what this was talking about. And not just listen to some preacher on a pulpit telling me that everything in this is the only truth that exists and that the stuff in this somehow is all wrong. And that's not saying that I follow either one of those religions. That's me saying that I made the choice to educate myself beyond listening to what one man or woman up on the pulpit is preaching. I don't claim either one of them out, all out or anything like that. So it's all about educating yourself. Knowing who the people you're listening to are educated by. Questioning them on where they're getting their resources. What books are they reading? Who are the authors that have imparted things into their brains? You have such a cult-like behavior and mentality from some of these people that they believe that the posting of something like this means anything positive about a person. This idiot, mole rat, posts a letter that talks about him being released from the Crimes Against Minors Registry in 2023. You are no longer required to register for the Crimes Against Minors Registry. And posts that as if it's a good thing in any way, shape, or form. And you have people applauding him as if that's a good thing in any way, shape, or form. But in order to even have to register for the Crimes Against Minor Registry, you have to have committed some kind of crime against a minor. That, from my understanding, is inexcusable for most of the people that I know with any level of self-respect. Committing crimes against minors is inexcusable. There's no reason for it, no excuse for it. But you have people applauding a fool that wants to post a letter saying that he got released from the Crimes Against Minor Registry, and they're applauding him like he did something good. Like he did something good. They're applauding him. I want to know what's the reason for applause. What's the reason for applause for something like that? There is nothing to applaud about a person being on the Crimes Against Minor Registry. I don't give a fuck whether they got to the point that they no longer have to register or not. The fact that you were ever on that registry is enough. The fact that you were ever on that registry is enough to question everything about you. Going forward, what do we learn? Brief story. So, found an article This just happens to be on CNN. I'm not saying that you trust everything that CNN says or anything like that. It's just a media source. The article actually works to prove the point that I'm trying to make, right? So, found an article. This is from a few days ago. A former FedEx driver is sentenced to death for killing a 7-year-old girl after delivery at her Texas home. So in Texas, they don't play. There's states still that have the death penalty, and they will kill you for doing certain things to certain people. Just like them boys down there in Florida with that Julio Fulio trial. Them boys probably looking at the needle. They already got convicted of the murder and the conspiracy and all of that stuff. And they probably looking at death. Well, this is a former FedEx driver who, his name is Tanner Horner. He pled guilty to capital murder. And they still giving him the death penalty. So the article reads, a former FedEx driver was sentenced to death on Tuesday after he pleaded guilty to killing a 7-year-old girl he took from her Texas home while delivering a Christmas gift. Jurors in the Fort Worth courtroom decided that Tanner Horner's punishment, after hearing about a month of testimony and evidence that included audio of Athena Strand's last moment, that's the young girl's name, inside his delivery van. Horner, who's 34, pleaded to capital murder last month in the 2022 killing just as his trial began. The girl's body was found 2 days later after she was reported missing from her home in the rural town of Paradise near Fort Worth. He didn't visibly react when the judge read his sentence. The jurors found that the probability that Horner would commit criminal violence and be a continuing threat to society. They said there was nothing in the commission of the crime and Horner's background to warrant life without parole instead of death. But that first line, the jurors found there was a probability that he would commit criminal violence and be a continuing threat to society. We got to understand that these people who commit these crimes against these minors are often continuing threats to society. And we can see by their rage about little simple things, the way they look at certain women, the way they talk to other women. They could be a continuing threat to society. The prosecutor told jurors in the opening statements that Horner had told lie upon lie upon lie in the case, including telling authorities that he accidentally struck her with his van while making the delivery and then killed her in a fit of panic. But that's not at all what happened, because the jurors were shown video and heard audio from inside the van after she was taken. He could be seen lifting her into the van and then driving away, telling her not to scream or he would hurt her. He then covered the camera in the van, but the audio continued recording. He asked her questions, including how old she was and where she goes to school, before he stopped the van, telling her they're going to hang out. He tells her to take off her shirt and she begins to cry, asking what he's doing and whether he's a kidnapper. She cries no and asks for her mother and asks to go home. She asks him, why are you doing this? He replies, because you are pretty. Where have we heard a predator say, hey, Miss Pretty Lady all the time and stuff like that? Is hey, Miss Pretty Lady the way of starting to, do something? Because she's pretty, now all of a sudden you get to kidnap her and do what you want? The young girl, 7 years old, tells him, my mom says I can't do that to somebody. And you can't do that to me either. So she's been taught properly. As the recording, which lasts over an hour, continues, Athena's screams can be heard, as well as choking and slamming noises. At one point, he tells her, if you don't shut up, I will hurt you worse. A medical examiner testified that Athena died of blunt force injuries with smothering and strangulation. They tried to play this off and make excuses. While acknowledging during opening statements that the evidence against Horner was overwhelming and terrible, Horner's attorney told jurors that Horner's mother drank while she was pregnant, that he suffered autism and suffered from various mental illness throughout his life, in addition to being exposed to massive amounts of lead. So instead of getting the help that he needs mentally, they're making excuses as to why it's okay for him to kill and do whatever he did to that 7-year-old little girl at 30-something years old. So, again, you have people in cults who make excuses for this. Sharing a letter that you no longer have to register for the sex or the crimes against minors registry, and we know they're sex crimes, is not something to applaud. The more questions should be, did you get the help that you needed along the way? And we can obviously tell by the actions and the words of said person that they have not gotten the help that they needed. Shout out to Letitia. She says, Iceberg, I don't think the judge knew about Biz Kelly's online behavior, even though he's supposed to report all social media accesses. Just my educated guess. I'll probably agree with you, Letitia. The judge probably did not know. Because had they viewed his social media and the things that he does and says on social media, they might have still considered him a threat. They might have said, yeah, you probably need to continue to register. Because we need to keep an eye on you and know where you are. Because you still move in a way that is a threat towards people. So, what we're going to do here, hold up. What we're going to do here is take a look at something. And first I want to play a video for y'all. And I'm going to play this video and listen to what the homie is saying in the video. And then we're going to follow that up with playing a reaction video that Sis did, because I wasn't able to get the original video. So we're going to play a part of a reaction video that Sis did that I'm just going to ask y'all if y'all notice any similarities. Rachel Banks, good afternoon to you. Happy Mother's Day to you. So listen to this video really quickly, and then we're going to go to another video, and I just want y'all to notice, are there any similarities?
This bitch ass nigga gonna tell me, you got a good one, bro. You need to keep her. As soon as he said it, I thought about some old game my smoker uncle gave me. He said, nigga, any nigga that tell you your bitch is good and you need to keep her, he want her. Get him the fuck away from you. So I looked at this nigga and said, hey, bro, you gotta go. He like, what's wrong? I'm like, nigga, why you watching my bitch and shit like that? He like, nah, bro, I could just, I know how you is, and, you could tell how she was raised and shit. I looked this nigga in the eye and said, nigga, you only see this Mexican bitch when you come to my house. How the fuck you know how her Thea and them raised her? You gotta go, bro. He's still confused and shit, not knowing what's going on. More to the story is, you can't trust no nigga that's your nigga to think the bitch you fucking with is better than you. That mean he wants your bitch, champ. Church, link in the bio, as usual.
So, simple message. Simple message. You may agree, you may disagree. I tend to agree, especially he don't even know her. He don't even know her. But he telling her, he's talking about how good she is for you and all of that. And what? You don't even know her. So what you trying to do? You trying to get at her? That's what it seems, right? That's what it seems. But let's take a look at this video. Again, it's a reaction of a reaction, so it may be a little choppy, but we'll get through it, right? We're going to be here a few minutes. So let's take a look.
Nigga, stop it. Look, this the one, nigga. Nigga. Nah, nigga, I'm telling you some real shit that I know for sure. Coach real quick. We trying to holler at Coach. Coach Ben? No, Coach Ben?
They call him Coach Big. The white boy. The white boy, nigga, Coach Biz.
Shout out to Trina in the building.
I said, holla at Coach Tina, nigga. You need to do the most.
They told him he doing the most. He said, you do the most. They tell the nigga he doing the most. Nigga said, you do the most.
I said, holla at Coach Tina, nigga. You need to do the most.
I think I'm a little far. Hold up. Let's go back a little bit. Right? So, I really wanted to start around here.
Hold up, I'll come back, bro. Yeah.
Hey, man, I like this girl, man. She a nice girl. He's not going there. He meant Manassas. That means he's going that home. Yeah, because the zoo is only one place. That's what I'm telling him. Like, gate. Go back to the zoo. We're not going back to the zoo. We're going back to wherever you said. You're going to this spot. That's it. All right? Hey, man. Hey, I appreciate you, okay?
Hey, man. Hey, I appreciate you, okay, for letting me be able to hang out with these people, man. Man, yeah, hey, man, I really appreciate you because you done said that shit like 2 or 3 times.
You look out for me. All right?
Nigga drunk.
But you're a nice friend. Yo, this is a nice friend. Yo, she is, yo.
I know she really is.
No.
But do you even know her, nigga? You probably just met her tonight, nigga. She a nice friend. She a nice niggas clowns.
I'm telling you.
I know.
You don't even know if she a freak or not, nigga. Like, mind your business. Shut up, stupid.
I'm not going back there. I'm going home. Thank you. I really do. I appreciate it.
So, he's telling his homie, apparently, that this girl is a nice friend and I like this girl and all of that stuff, but this is his homie's girl. I mean, I don't know about y'all. I'm looking at their feet on the ground, right? And look how up in this girl's space he is. Look how close their feet are together. He is all up in this girl's space. Talking about she a nice friend and all of that. He damn near got his feet in between her feet. Just watch. She had to back up. That's how close he was. Look how close just look at the feet. Since that's all he wants to show his feet. Look how close he gets up in her space and she has to back up. Talking about, I like this girl. She a nice friend and all of that stuff.
I'm not going back there. I'm going home. Thank you.
Look.
I really do. I appreciate
Bishop. I said Bishop.
You're a nice one. You ride or die. Hey, I got it. You want me to tell him. Ain't nobody gonna argue. Yeah, you need to know that you No, I need to stop that.
Me too. Me too. Me too.
I want to tell him, yo, that's a good one for you.
Yo, listen to this.
So he's talking to this girl that's supposed to be his homie's girl and telling her that he's going to tell the homie that this is a good one. You need to treat her right. He don't even know this girl. Again, what did the brother say on the previous thing?
This nigga telling the girl that he gonna tell the dude, yo, that's a good one. What the fuck is it?
That's what I want to say. I want to say
Gotta treat you right, and I'm gonna tell him that you a good woman. So you know, I'm like, nigga, what the fuck you? What you giving her some security or something, nigga? The fuck is you doing?
I'm playing along with everything. I'm
keep living. You're a good one, man. You're a good one, and I appreciate you. Like, no bullshit. Like, you want some real shit. You want me to tell him right now?
This nigga said you want me to tell him right now? You Nigga said, you need me to tell him right now? Like, bro, you offered all that shit. Now you ask, yo, this shit crazy. This nigga's a weirdo.
Like he out here playing Captain Save him, but she ain't even asking to be saved.
This is a version of Dirty Mackin.
Dirty
He's
Mackin.
just doing it differently.
Bro, I'm going. I'll tell him right now. Because you. You did it for me.
You did it. I'm gonna tell him right now. She said, why? He said, cause you you did it for me. What the fuck?
I'll tell him right now.
Because of you. Because you did it for me. What the fuck?
You did it for me. That's why I got mad. I'm like, yo, all right. Watch. Yo, stop it.
Hold on. Did you heard him tell a girl? Watch. So he trying to act like he could check his friend to show off to her. He said, I'm telling him right, want me to tell him right now? And watch. And then say, yo, stop it.
I'm just saying, if this is supposed to be your homie, you gotta watch who you got as your homies. Cause he's trying to put you down after he been over here talking all these sweet nothings to your girl, telling her how great she is. And now he going to try to check you in front of her. What? He going to try to check you in front of her after he been saying all these things to her about how great she is. I'm just saying. That's not no real shit. That's not, nah.
You showing off?
Tesh, that's a fact. My wife don't allow no other man to come all up in her space like that if it ain't a family. And if it's a family, they just come to get a hug and it's, back out. But he is all up in this girl's space, whispering all these sweet nothings in her ear about how great of a girl she is and how she a good one and a keeper and all of that. And then going to try to check her boyfriend right there in front of her. As if he's some authority figure.
For these bitches? Niggas, you showing off for these hoes. He slap you, nigga. You lucky I know you. Yeah, I know you, nigga.
So the you lucky I know you part, that's something that happened earlier in the stream where the fool, he bumped into somebody and they was gonna whoop his ass, but they like, you lucky I know you.
Slap the fuck out of you, nigga. You lucky I know you.
You did it for me. That's why I got mad. I'm like, yo, all right. Watch. Yo, stop it. Do you hear me? A good one. Great one.
Simp.
Great. You need
Vouching for a chick he don't even fucking know. Good one. A great one.
stop it.
Stop it.
I'm trying to tell you. I'm telling you, Bonnie. All right. You know how I know? Because I know, nigga.
You know how I know because I know. What the fuck does that mean? Yo, stop it. This is a good one, a great one. You know how I know because I know. How you know? You been with her before? I mean, it's making me have all the questions. How do you know? You telling her how good she is? You telling me how good she is? Shout out to Halima back in the building. Everybody who hit that like button, it is greatly appreciated. I appreciate that super chat earlier, Halima. Happy Mother's Day to all the nurturers out there. But how you gonna tell him she a great one? Stop it. You know how I know because I know. That make me think you done been with her now. What do you know? You telling me you know more about my girl than I do? You can tell me how great she is more than I know already? What we doing here?
Nigga probably looking at this nigga like he got two heads. You wanna know how I know? Cause I know, nigga. I don't know her from nowhere, my nigga. You probably done fucked her.
Look at it
But I'm
like
gonna
that.
tell you, nigga, she a good one. What you, man?
Hey, listen. This what you do. See this tight grab you just did? I want you to do this. Right here.
This nigga.
No. I'm telling you.
So he calls himself walking his homie through how he needs to grab his girl. You see this tight grab you did here? I want you to do this. Coming from the guy where we never see with a woman. We see him creepily looking at women. We see the women that he had been with in the past coming on and embarrassing his little naked mole rat looking ass. But he is, this is what you do. What? This is weird. And these are the type of people that if you actually had some old players in your life that, you know, could teach you some stuff, they tell you to keep motherfuckers like this as far away from you and your lady as possible.
I'm right now. Nigga, stop it.
Yo, listen to the nigga. Stop it. Like what you trying to do? Make him hug her or something? Like, this is just weird. Like, this nigga doing the most.
This the one, nigga.
This the one, nigga? Oh, my God.
Nigga. Nah, nigga, I'm telling you some real shit.
So the nigga ain't even with that shit because he like, nah, nigga, I'm telling you some real. Like, yo, that nigga probably looking at Biz like he done lost his mind.
So, again, we're not giving them too much more attention because I don't even like having that naked mole rat on my show. But it had to be pointed out because, again, it goes to speak to the cult life behavior that they have. Them accepting him putting out a letter saying that he got off of the crimes against minor registry as if that's some type of good thing is diabolical. The fact that he was on that registry to begin with should be the problem y'all have. But y'all just see right past it. No, it's all good. He got off now, so what the fuck does that mean? The fact that he was on it means he did something. The fact that he was on it means that he did something. So what does him getting off change? Not a damn thing. Not a damn thing. But people accept it. People applaud it. People support it. People donate to it. They don't think for themselves and think, yeah, this dude is weird. He is a predator. We've seen him looking at mom boss kids. We see the way that he gets all types of crazy and out of control rage towards women and saying all types of stuff towards them. We see that he can't control himself even when it comes to people who say stuff to him that is supposedly in his camp. He cannot control himself. He is still a threat to society, in my opinion. In my opinion, he is still a threat to society. But I only get one opinion. But we're going to move on. And like I said, we're getting towards the end. We're going to review a video. I got about 16 minutes of it clipped up. You know, we'll pause and give some reaction and stuff like that. Yeah, not worth it. Worst thing I've ever seen, a party for getting off the registry. They threw a party for this fool getting off the registry and donated and all types of stuff. Like, make that make sense. I mean, even if he was behind bars, whether he's on the registry or not, they would not respect him. They would not respect that. We know they got a certain way of handling that type of shit in prison. Shout out to Miss Eve for being a member for 3 months. I appreciate you, Miss Eve. I appreciate all the members. But y'all throwing a party for somebody getting off the registry. How do you look yourself in the eyes knowing that you supported some nonsense like that? Because the fact that he was on the registry is all that matters. That is all that matters. I don't give a fuck whether he's off it or not. The fact that he was on it, it is not like he was wrongfully put on there. It's one thing if you're wrongfully convicted, they've exonerated you because evidence shows that you ain't had shit to do with it, that type of thing. That's one thing. That's not the case here. He did what he did. He admitted to it in the court documents. He took a plea deal so he would not have to go behind bars and deal with that prison justice that he would have received. Because we know he would have been somebody's woman in prison. They would have had him wearing skirts and lipstick and shit. They would have melted crayons so he could damn put lipstick on them pale ass lips. He already grow no facial hair, so they ain't got to do much there. All they got to do is make him grow his hair out. There he is, somebody's bitch. But he didn't want that, so he took the plea deal and went on the damn list for 18 years, saying that he's staying on the list to prove some point to his children. I don't get that. I mean, but they, the cult, continue to support that. The cult. They continue to support that type of behavior. They let him sit up on that damn pulpit behind the giraffe and say all types of weird shit, and they clap like damn seals, supporting it, enabling it, encouraging it. Well, let's review one more video. And this video is about more cult stuff. We named this for a reason. So Lonnie had a video, and somebody got up on there and decided that they wanted to express their feelings about cults and stuff. So let's just take a quick listen.
I done went down 9th Street today, y'all. I got me some apples. It was like $4 for $1. I got me some apples for $4. Then I got me some mangoes. There go Myron. Hold on. What up,
So you have Lonnie on the panel. This is her panel. She's talking about where she went to the market and got some fruit, apples, and she's going to talk about it a little bit more. Myron, Sick'em Dogs hit the link. So let's listen.
Hey, what's Lonnie? Hey, how you doing, Lonnie?
Hey, I'm good. Then I got me some avocados. They was $3 for $1.
Okay.
What up with you?
Where the hell they selling avocados? Delani, you sure you going to the right market? $3 for $1 for avocados. You going to the right market? I mean, all fruit is not created equal. And that's some cheap ass fruit. You getting 3 avocados for $1. I mean, I'm just saying, avocados typically cost a little bit more than $1 for 3 of them. That must have been some shit they was trying to get rid of or something. But all fruit is not created equal. Fruits and vegetables.
Hey, I'm good. Yeah, you know, I got weekends off. You know what I'm saying? I work Monday through Friday, but I be having the weekends off.
Same thing with me. I work Monday through Friday.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
What's going on with you today?
Man.
Let's speed this up a little bit. Come on.
I went over the Bishop panel. At first, things was going fine.
You said they going to sell there at $3 for $1 Miss Eve. Okay. All right. Maybe you might be finding some quality stuff, but it may be on sale for a reason as well. You know, I don't know. I won't be seeing avocados $3 for $1 here. That sounds a little low for a price of an avocado or for 3 avocados. But again, different places got different, different prices.
What happened, Lonnie?
He just appeared. He want to know. He want to know how much was my cash at that somebody sent me, and why he ain't basically getting none. You got me chopped. Oh, and then I got this. I got this watermelon right here. This watermelon was $6. I got this watermelon. I'll cut it up more.
Yeah, I can see one for $1. All that remains. I can see one for $1. 3 for $1. That just, I don't know if I want. I don't want the avocados if it's 3 for $1. That's just me. So she's talking about a watermelon now. We're gonna have a comment about that in a second.
I might cut it up tonight. I don't know. I'll cut it up.
Yeah, y'all probably grow avocados more prevalently in Texas, Letitia. So that, could definitely be a factor in the price. Miss Eve down there, down in, New Orleans. In it. So all y'all that's closer to Mexico, where a lot of them are exported from, or we import them from, yeah, they may be a little bit less. But Lonnie's in Philly. There ain't a whole lot of avocado trees growing in Philly. So how they getting the 3 for $1 in Philly?
I don't know if it got seeds in it or not, but I don't even care. Seeds or not seeds. I don't. Everybody's so adamant about the seeds now.
Yeah.
The seed of watermelon is good. Don't get me wrong.
Lonnie, you know why people are adamant about the seeds? Because like I said, all fruit is not created equal. So what is your seedless watermelon growing from? Where is your seedless watermelon come from? Because I can go get a watermelon that has seeds in it, take those seeds out of it, dry out those seeds, plant them in the soil, and grow more watermelon. Where does your seedless watermelon come from? What's the source of the seedless watermelon? It's growing from what? That's the reason why people are adamant about the seeds. That's the reason why there's a big deal about the seeds, because what the fuck does it come from? What fruit do you know that does not grow the seeds in it that are used to produce the trees or the vines that grow that same fruit? You cut open an apple and you use those apple seeds to make apple trees. You cut open a lemon, you use those lemon seeds to make lemon trees. An avocado pit, the seeds in a watermelon. All of these things are the things that are used to make the tree or the vine or whatever root system that actual fruit or vegetable grows from. When you buy watermelon seeds to plant watermelon in your garden, what does it look like? The seed you just spit out of the damn watermelon you ate. You clean it off, you dry it out, you save them, and you plant it in the damn soil. That's why seeds matter. Because what in the hell are you growing it from if it ain't got no seeds in it? The fruits you eat produce the seeds that grow more of that fruit. If there ain't no seeds in it, then what the hell does it come from? That's why all of the fruits that you ate growing up had seeds in it. Cherries have pits. You know what I'm saying? All of the different fruits have the seeds in them. Grapes have seeds. That's why it matters. So all fruit is not created equal. And if you're eating some seedless fruit, then what does it come from? What laboratory was that created in to make it look like whatever it is you're eating? So while you're not giving a fuck, you might be poisoning your body because you don't even know what the hell you're eating because it didn't come from a watermelon seed. Y'all need to subscribe to Deja Vu and educate yourselves on eating healthy, exercising. Y'all need to subscribe to Halima. You're going to get educated on all different aspects of things. Y'all need to subscribe to Tracepectives. You're going to get educated on all different aspects of things. You need to subscribe to Letitia. Like I said, she did a great live stream yesterday on healthy women's breasts and what it looks like if your breasts are unhealthy and the detriment that it may cause. Some of y'all women out here, like I said, y'all need to go watch that stream. But if you're out here and you got great big breasts and it's causing you back problems, you might be able to get a breast reduction covered by your insurance. Because if it's, unhealthy on you carrying all that weight on your shoulders and your back is messing up your posture and all that stuff, you might be able to get the help that you need so you don't have to carry around all that unnecessary weight. Again, she described and showed how your breasts change as you age, how the density changes, how the fat content changes, all of those things. But you got to educate yourself by making sure that you're tapping into the resources where this information can be legitimately presented to you. Letitia comes from a nursing background, so I trust the sources that she went out and found. Y'all know I'm into gardening and stuff, so that's why.
But why is it so adamant now?
I don't know. I had met somebody from New Jersey. Right?
Oh, Jersey, okay.
And I went up there and visited them, and they wanted me to bring 3 watermelons with seeds in it. So
no, they got seeded watermelon here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they got it.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
They got seeded watermelon, and then it's these men that sell seeded watermelon. It's probably too early right now, but maybe like in June or July, they be like on like Belmont. They be somewhere, but they got seeded watermelon. It's like a big truck of it. They sell it, but it be like $11 or $12.
You get what you pay for. You get what you pay for. If you're willing to pay less, then people will sell you the cheap stuff. But if you're eating a watermelon and don't have any seeds in it, your question should be, what did this come from? How did they grow this? Yeah, there are benefits to the seeds actually in the watermelons if you actually consume the seed of a watermelon. Mika, good afternoon to you. Be More Legend, salute. There's actually health benefits to the actual seeds of watermelon.
Okay.
Listen, I mean, I don't know. I guess they grow themselves or whatever. I don't know. But what's up with you? Last time you when I was talking about the cults and stuff, and you said that you was in one.
Yeah, I was. I was affiliated with a cult out of Louisiana.
Oh, Louisiana. Okay.
Yeah.
So, like, did you know it was a cult when you first got there, or you joined? Just tell me your story a little bit since you hit the link and you got some time.
Yeah, I got a little time on Lonnie because I have to dip out a little bit.
Yeah, so tell me everything, and
okay.
I push everything.
Yeah, I used to listen to this minister. You know what I'm saying? It's involving religion. Okay, I used to listen to this minister on radio, right, on AM radio here in my hometown. I'm from Augusta, Georgia.
Okay.
Yeah, and I used to listen to this minister on radio. And I like everything he was saying and all, you know what I'm saying, pertaining to the scriptures and all, in the Bible.
Right.
And
Letitia, you said, do I remember when the Michigan governor banned seed selling during C-19? No, I don't remember that actually. I missed that because I damn sure bought a bunch of seeds during that time. We didn't know what the hell was going on in the world, and we definitely right. It made you start buying up seeds. Exactly. I have an abundance of seeds over here. Hell, I got a whole box that I made to hold all of the damn seeds and stuff. I mean, this is just some of the things, but this box is just full of seeds, all different types of seeds. Herbs, vegetables. I don't think I have any fruit seeds, so to speak. I mean, a tomato is considered a fruit, but yeah, herbs, vegetables, all of that stuff. All types of seeds. We definitely plan to plant some fruit trees once we get out there to the property. To the new house, we plan to plant. We have a fruit orchard. That's definitely in the plans for us. We've already got that planned out. The different types of things we want. Do I have a dehydrator? I don't have a specific dehydrator, but I think I do have a device that can do dehydration, possibly. But yeah. Get you some seeds.
Yeah. At that time, I really was going through through a dilemma at that time because I had just got out of a bad marriage and all that. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So I was listening to him, you know, for like 2 or 3 months. I kept listening to him, you know, and I called him. He dropped his phone number and everything, and I called him, you know, explained to him, you know, about my situation, you know, things
That's
I've
a
been
fact. 421 TV, the dispensaries even take the seeds out of their marijuana. Seeds are a valuable commodity in every way because what do you grow from the seeds that are growing in your strain of cannabis? A new plant. A cannabis plant grows like a tomato plant. So if you have seeds in it, I ain't saying that, you know, you want to be smoking seeds and stuff like that. But if you pick them seeds out and you plant those seeds, what are you growing? Your own shit.
going through and all that. And he invited me. He invited me, you know, to his ministry and everything. Right. After the conversation and all, Lonnie, he came and picked me up. Him and his wife came and picked me up from Louisiana. They traveled from Louisiana to Georgia and came and picked me up. And, you know, I went back there with them and all. And that's how I started right then. You know what I'm saying? So
what do you?
So if y'all don't know, I mean, I think most of y'all know who Sick'em Dog Myron is, and he just is showing that he's an easily manipulated person. I mean, even here on YouTube, he's been manipulated by multiple people. Thumbnail for a reason. You know, but he's shown that he's been manipulated by multiple people. And he is talking about an experience where he basically joined a cult because he allowed himself to be manipulated.
What do you mean by you went back with them? You went back with them for what? Like, what did you go back to them for?
yeah, I went back with them because I joined their ministry. I joined the ministry. I did.
So when we were reading about cults earlier, we talked about how a lot of them get started surrounding religion and ministry and stuff like that. So he basically saying he joined their ministry and joined their cult.
So
I joined it.
But how did you earn a living if you went back with them to join the ministry? Like, I'm kind of confused.
No, I went back with them to join the ministry and everything. I had another job. They're waiting on me. You know what I'm saying?
Okay. So you had another job, everything. You went to go. So did you have an apartment or whatever? Did you live with them?
No. They had housing.
Okay.
They had housing there. Yeah, they had housing there at the ministry.
Okay.
So I stayed with them.
So he's staying on a compound. Again, what did we learn about the cults? They want to isolate you. They want to isolate you from the outside, from the public. So they have a compound. You stay there. You work there. You're around the same people all the time. And there's this one person who is the narcissistic leader that's giving you all of your instructions and determining what information you're allowed to receive from the outside.
Yeah.
Now, what did you have to pay? Did you have to pay them some of your salary? Like, what was your duties? What?
Yeah. Like on my job and everything, the only thing I had to pay was like $100 a month. That's it.
That's not a lot.
Yeah. So that's all I had to pay was like $100 a month. But at the same time, I was helping out, you know, the minister that was head of the cult and everything like that.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I had to give him an extra $100. So I had to pay him an extra $100. And at the same time, I had to pay another $100 to the ministry.
Okay, so basically it was $300. So
Right.
it was $100 for you to live there, $100 for the pastor, and $100. That's still cheap.
Yeah.
So instead of her questioning any of this crazy stuff he said, she just looking at the fact that he get to live somewhere for $300. Talking about that's still cheap. No, you sold your soul and you're paying to sell your soul to somebody. Living on their compound, doing what they say. But she worried about the money of it and how it only cost them $300 to live somewhere. I mean, Man, some of these things and these people say just amazes me.
I know, but
But when did
thing is,
when did it start to become overbearing?
Lonnie, let me say this right quick. The thing is, you know, like other people that was there in the ministry with me, they had to pay triple what I was giving him because they had real good jobs. You know what I'm saying? You know, they'll work for the government and all that.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So these people have let this narcissistic cult leader into their pockets, into their bank accounts to know how much money they making, to determine what level of money they got to give to him to be a part of his cult. We see similar things on YouTube. We see similar things in the real world.
So was you up the top level then?
We're seeing this stuff in real life all the time. But people don't want to pay attention. Come on. I don't know why it's buffering right now, y'all. Internet. Got the internet buffering on me right now. Come on and catch up. Let me pause it. Take it down. See if it'll get right. It'll get right in a second here. Hopefully. But I got the timestamp, so we'll be all right. We'll be all right. I don't know what the heck's going on, though. Give me a minute. Give me a minute. Happy Mother's Day to all the mothers out there. Shout out to y'all, all the nurturers. Because we define what a mother is, and it's more than just, you know, physically giving birth to a child. There's multiple definitions. A lot more than just physically giving birth to a child. So, all right, I think we good now. Let's get back. Let's get back. I hope so.
No, I wasn't. No. It wasn't really that many people there, you know, at that ministry, you know, anything like that. It really wasn't.
It wasn't a lot. It wasn't a lot. But when did you know? When did you realize it was a cult and it was time for you to go?
Okay, the thing is this. One day he stepped up, you know, behind the pulpit, you know, and preaching and teaching, you know, blase. He said that if any of us would not submit to him, okay, he'll put us out.
Does that sound familiar? Maybe not those words being used, but have y'all seen situations, groups where people were not willing to submit to whoever this person is that fancies themselves the leader? And then all of a sudden they get kicked to the curb, and now all of a sudden they the worst thing in the world and all of that. We see it again. We see it here on YouTube. We see it in real life at the White House. We see it in a bunch of places. Are you a part of a cult? Ask yourself that question. You don't have to answer to me.
That's when the red flag, right, stood up right then, Lonnie. That's when I saw the red flags right then. Hey, man, look, bro, I ain't going to submit to you, bro. No, the word of God teaches submit to God first.
Right.
Right. So he didn't want that. He wanted us to submit to him. You're not going to tell me what to do, bro. You know what I'm saying? So that right there, Lonnie, that right there is when I saw the red flags. That's when I
say, I appreciate you coming back to hit the like button. Shout out to everybody who hit that like button. Hopefully we can get to 100 likes before the end of the stream. It is greatly appreciated. A free way to support the show.
thought, bro, you are not God. You want to be, but you're not. You know what I'm saying?
Right. And he
So-
talking about something, submit to him.
Yeah, right. That's just like, you got niggas, here on YouTube, Lonnie. They think everybody's supposed to, bow down and submit, to them and what they got to say. Hell no, bro. I got my own mind. I got my own cognitive, you know that word, Lonnie, I don't know how to say it. But anyway.
I know what you're talking about, but that
I'm glad she know what he's talking about, because I don't know what he's trying to say.
that's just like with Bishop telling me that he want to know how much was a donation given to me and why was it given to him, and then when I'm giving him pushback, oh, now I'm a devil worshiper and I'm a devil. Well, that's what I'm gonna be. I'm gonna be all of that.
Right. Lonnie, that's what they do. Most cult leaders are narcissists.
Mm-hmm.
So this is coming from a person who has admittedly been a member of a cult. What word did he use? The word that we talked about a whole lot leading up to this, narcissist. Most cult leaders are narcissists. So again, think about the traits and the qualities of the people who you're listening to, and whether or not they may be a narcissist as well, trying to get you to be a part of a cult and basically just shut up and color whenever they say something, even though you know it's bullshit.
A narcissistic cult leader, right? They thrive off of projection and deflection.
Yeah.
That's what they
Projection and deflection. Again, we see this very commonly on YouTube. We see it very commonly coming out of the White House. I'm just saying, put it together. Are these cults? That's for you to answer. Are you a member of one of these cults? That's also for you to answer. Nick Lee, you said that I hear Bishop on Meal Ticket basically say he has started a content house and he's the cult leader. Yeah, Bishop wants to be a cult leader, and he got certain people who are messing with him following, his nonsense. He's trying to work on building himself a cult. And you got people who are willing to be manipulated enough to fall into that nonsense that he's spewing.
They do. So when you come against them, okay, and they're bullshit, what they want to do is deflect and make it look like you're the bad person.
I appreciate you, Leticia, going back to the clouds to get your chores done. Again, great live yesterday. Y'all make sure y'all go over there and check it out. Leticia is dropping bombs from a place of knowledge. And that live yesterday is information that all women need to know. But again, men, if you know that information, you can help the women in your lives as well. So, hey, again, I applaud you. Great knowledge. Keep it up when you have the time, because life be lifing. But yeah, great knowledge. And I'm going to tap in whenever I see that you're live, because I know I'm going to get educated over there. So I appreciate you being here, Leticia. Thank you so much. And happy Mother's Day to you once again. Yeah, I'm saying, man, that's a fact. But again, a lot of these people who are willing to submit to these cults have a certain type of personality that makes them easy to be manipulated. And the narcissistic cult leaders looking for those people. The ones that are easy to manipulate. They don't have to do a whole lot of work to get that person to go along with whatever they say. They'll just be quiet and go with it, no matter what. That's what those cult leaders are looking for. Internet tripping again. It always, once we get towards the end of the show, it like to start tripping. Likes to start tripping once we get towards the end of the show for whatever reason. I don't know why. But we're going to get through it. We only have a few more minutes left. Only a few more minutes left. And then I'm going to give y'all back the rest of your day and get on with the rest of mine. What is this thing doing? All right, y'all, hold on. I don't know why it's tripping so much right now. Hopefully y'all can even hear me. Because it look like everything is frozen right now. All right, I think we're back in business. I think. Every time I try to do something, it gets crazy. You hear me? All right. Glad y'all can hear me. I don't want to keep y'all in silence too long. I'm trying to get this video back playing. All right, I got my timestamp. Let me take it down again. Got my timestamp. Let me refresh it. All right. Let's get back to where we were. All right, at the stage.
Okay? That's
Why is it tripping?
like the coat that I was in. He was like that. I challenged him one day and I told him, I said, hey, man. I said, hey, bro, you talking about, we supposed to, give you this amount of money, and otherwise, you know what I'm saying? Right. So he attacked me.
That's what they do.
Oh.
That's
Right.
what they do.
He attacked me.
Because you
That's what they
challenging
do,
him.
man.
You're challenging him, so you're the problem.
Didn't we say that earlier when we were talking about narcissists? Whenever you challenge them, then you become the problem, not their actions, but your reaction to their actions. That becomes the problem that they want to make the big mainstream thing. Down to 2455, I see you.
The questions. Hey, Lonnie, it is the questions. They hate when you question them. When you question them about bullshit, they don't want to hear it. Oh, no. You're the bad person. You're the enemy. Okay? Yeah. That's how it goes in these cults.
I'm just saying, do y'all know anybody on YouTube that this stuff may apply to?
You cannot question no leadership in a cult. You can't.
Yeah. And that's what I did with Bishop. I told Bishop, I said, well, Bishop, I don't know who you think you talking to. You don't transact my business, where my money go and all that. And what church? Now his YouTube channel is a church. And let's just say for God, let's just say for shits and giggles, if he had a YouTube church, listen, I don't know. If you look into it, you probably can have a church online, because a lot of people have church online anyway.
Yeah.
Especially when COVID was going on, when COVID was going on, all that type of stuff. I remember when my grandma was sick and all of that, she couldn't go to church, so she would listen to the pastor online. So you got these online churches, all this type of stuff. And let's just say for shits and giggles, he's an online pastor. I'm just saying for shits and giggles. So that means that you getting all types of tax breaks and all types of stuff, like whatever. And you keep on telling somebody, donate to you, donate to you, donate to you. What are you giving back to the community? Because I know there's one church around my way.
So, I mean, again, we hear this a lot on YouTube. There's a whole bunch of content creators out there that's really adamant about you donating money to them. But what are they giving back? What are they doing with that money? What are they giving back? Again, I was listening to Miltic a lot yesterday. He's talking about a certain farmer in the sector, and the farmer's been asking for money and stuff like that for different things. But you ain't seen that farm produce a vegetable, a piece of fruit, nothing. You haven't seen anything be produced from this farm that's supposed to have existed for however many years now. Say law, you said cult content creators who threaten followers with post doxing. Yeah. They do all types of things to threaten their people to try to keep them under control. It's the people who dare to think differently and not care about their threats who become the enemies. Now everybody's supposed to dislike that person because they dare to contradict something I said. But yeah, they're supposed to have a whole farm. You haven't seen them produce a vegetable, a piece of fruit, anything. And this farm is supposed to have existed for years at this point. To the point that you had Bishop go on Meal Tickets Live yesterday and say that Gilbert, the person who donated a cow to this farmer, say that Gilbert owes this farmer money because when he donated the cow, he didn't send money to feed the cow and take care of the cow and stuff like that. So his donation of the cow wasn't enough. He's also supposed to send the money, they acting like it's child support, to feed and take care of the cow. But again, you have not seen this farm produce anything. Is it a cult or what is it?
Well, they used to give back to the community. They would have like food and all types of stuff and things you could do. Then I had somebody I knew that was into the church like that, giving money to the church. She lost a job. She needed money. And she just wanted her electric bill paid. And the church didn't even help her out. And that's when she realized she had to leave that church because that church didn't help out. But you got churches that really are what they say they are.
Right. Yeah. There are several ministries out there, that pretty much, look out, for families, and people, that's struggling right now and all that. They're out there. Mm-hmm. But you got them sad-ass, fake-ass preachers, okay? I hear robbing people blind out they got their money. Hey, Lonnie, this shit been going on for fucking decades now. Going back to Bishop. That nigga ain't no fucking preacher.
No.
That nigga is a fucking wolf in sheep clothing. He a wolf. Yes, he is.
Mm-hmm.
He a wolf. Hey, Bishop, if you listening, nigga, no, I ain't gonna call him no Bishop. Well, hey, Lonnie, what's that nigga name?
You can call him by the YouTube name. Hey, you want to be named Al Bishop? You could be whatever the fuck you want to be. Because you could be whatever you want to be on YouTube.
All right, okay then. All right, I'm gonna say this. Al Bishop, nigga. Bro, I know about niggas like you, bro. I've been knowing about niggas like you, man. Go ahead, Lonnie.
No, go ahead. You go ahead. I said he ain't my bishop, but go ahead. I got you.
Yeah.
So that's pretty much the end of that clip. Again, just using somebody who has been in a cult, admittedly, and what they learned from being in the cult. Now, again, it doesn't seem like they've done a whole lot to change their mental because they just really went from one cult to another, essentially. Now they are subscribing to basically YouTube cults with the people that they like to associate themselves with and follow behind and carry the narratives of with no real evidence or anything. But we see here, going back to the thumbnail, and the link is pinned if anybody wants to come up really quickly before we get out of here. This is for the people to ask yourself the question. You don't have to answer to me. Again, I don't care what your answer is to this question because it doesn't have any impact on me. But you need to educate yourself. You need to ask yourself who these people that you are listening to are being influenced by. Who do they get their information from? Who are the mentors and leaders in their lives? Because they don't know everything on every subject. And if they're not seeking out knowledge, then they're not gaining any wisdom. If they think they know it all and now they just sitting there spewing it all to you, but they haven't sought out any knowledge in years, then they stopped growing. They stopped learning. And you choosing to listen to that person, that speaks more about you and who you are. You need to question yourself of why you're listening to this person. If this person sits up here and every person that dares to contradict something they say automatically becomes an enemy, a detractor or whatever negative term they want to put on it, and you just go with it without doing your own research to find out what was actually said, what was the initial action that caused the reaction, then you have some more soul searching and questioning to do of yourself, because you are probably a member of a cult, just following what is being said by the leader of said cult, and you may not even know that you've signed up for it. So educate yourself. Read a book. If you don't know how to read, learn. It's an important thing for you to know how to do, because they'll play on your stupidity. They'll play on your lack of knowledge and your inability to acquire knowledge, because you will, again, pigeonhole yourself in somewhere like a cult wants you to do, not seek any outside sources of information or knowledge. They're isolating you, putting fear tactics on you if you dare to contradict them. And now you are a member of a cult. So you can ask yourself, are you a member of a cult? Are you following somebody who really does not have the knowledge, wisdom, or authority to be talking on some of the subjects that they're talking about? Question, who are their sources of information? You know, again, I'm reading the one thing. I've read these other books. The Greatest Miracle in the World, Master Key to Riches, What to Say When You Talk to Yourself, The Choice, Stealing Back Time, Readers Find Wealth for Yourself, Mindset, How to Win Friends and Influence People, The Magic of Thinking Big. All of these things. John Maxwell, Everyone Communicates, Few Connect. The Leadership Challenge. All these different books. These are the people, the authors that I can say have poured information into me. Some of these people I actually have more of a relationship with and can get additional information from them. And I'm not ashamed. I'm not hiding my resources. If you're following somebody and they can't tell you their resources of information and they're trying to hide it from you like it's some kind of secret, you might want to question whether that person is worth you taking advice from, because they shouldn't have to hide their resources from you. It shouldn't be a big secret who the people are that are pouring into them and providing information to them. Mom Boss Mayo, happy Mother's Day to you. I saw y'all built that chicken coop. Yeah, they're building a bigger chicken coop. We definitely plan to build a chicken coop once we get out to the new house. Yeah. So shout out to y'all for doing that. And I know you're doing it as a family. I know that you and your man are educating your children on how to not only do those things, but carry it forward. How y'all can together live off of the property that y'all have to do the things that y'all need, so you know where your food is coming from. We've been talking about all different types of stuff on here. We talked about why the seeds are important in things like a watermelon. Because if it's a seedless watermelon, what the hell did it grow from? That should be the first question that you have. Show me the laboratory where you grew this. Because if it didn't grow from a seed, then I want to know what it was created from. You wonder why seeded watermelon tastes different than seedless watermelon. Because one was created in a lab and one is actually just a seed that you put in the soil, you nurtured and grew it over time, and now you have watermelons growing all off the vine. I mean, it's just simple concepts. Mom Boss and her family, they got a chicken coop. They have chickens, so they know where their eggs are coming from. They know what they're feeding those chickens, what those chickens are eating, what's going into their bodies to create those eggs that they are turning around and eating. Same thing goes for any of the animals that you choose to take in resources from. Whether it's milk from a goat, meat from a cow, whatever. Know where your stuff is coming from. Question it. If you don't question it and you're just blindly going along with whatever is put in front of you, you might just be a member of a cult and you don't know it. Whether it's the cult of Trump, whether it's the cult of bus life, whether it's some other cult, you might just be a member of a cult. If you're just blindly taking the information that these people are giving you and not questioning it. If you don't even have the ability to question it because you'll get kicked out and you're worried about that. Sometimes you got to be the villain and break those toxic cycles. But that's up to you to decide and that's up to you to do. Doesn't look like anybody's going to hit the link, so we're going to get up out of here. I appreciate everybody who rocked out with me, everybody who had the opportunity to hit that like button. It is greatly appreciated. Free way to help the content creator get the message spread. Shout out to everybody who had super chats and memberships. Shout out to Halima with the super chat. Thick Cut, he's a member for 11 months and sent the super chat. Highly Favored has sent super chat or a super sticker. Solstice sent the super chat. Tessa Z's has been a member for 16 months. Draco been a member for 4 months. Leticia became a new member. Distracting One, new member. Kiss My Cheeks been a member for 2 months. Miss Eve been a member for 3 months. Shout out to everybody who supported the show in any way. Again, just hitting that like button, just showing up and giving it a view is support in itself. Hitting that like button, that's another form of support. All the people who, sent super chats, got memberships, donated in any kind of financial way, that's another way of support. It is all greatly appreciated by me. And I just appreciate y'all for being here. Like I said, I try to keep it consistent. And if I'm not going to be here, I try to let y'all know. But yeah, I try to keep it consistent and talk about a bunch of different topics, not just all the nonsense. And even if I am talking about the nonsense, I'm going to try to bring it to you from a different perspective than you may hear it from anybody else. And that's just who I am. That's who I'm going to be. So I appreciate everybody who came and rocked out with me. Like I said before, there's a couple content creators that you definitely need to be following. Halima, Deja Vu, Stay Fit, Tracepectives. You're just going to get great information there. Leticia, she is doing some fire lives on real life stuff that y'all need to know. Again, if you did not listen to her live stream yesterday talking about breast health, women's breast health, what healthy breasts look like, what unhealthy breasts look like, the process of identifying unhealthy breasts and then maybe turning them into healthy breasts. All of that stuff is important. So shout out to her for handling and covering that topic from an expertise point of view. Not saying that she knows everything on the subject, but she has credibility in that realm because she is coming from a nursing background. So I appreciate that. I applaud that. And again, shout out to all of y'all for rocking out with me. Y'all are greatly appreciated. I'll see y'all out here on these YouTube streets. And to all the mothers, once again, happy Mother's Day. Yeah. Shout out to all the mamas, baby mamas, the grandmamas, the stepmamas, the friends that is basically like a second mama. Shout out to all of y'all. And hey, if nobody told you, do something good for yourself today. Do something good for yourself and then do something good for somebody else. Trust me, spreading that good energy out there in the world, you will have good karma come back to you when you do good things for other people. So do something good for yourself and then turn around and do something good for somebody else. It may be your mama. It may be somebody else, that ain't your mama. But do something good for yourself. Do something good for somebody else. And until next time, good people, this is Iceberg. We're going to get up out of here. Salute.
Now, as they say in your country, let us be out.